is scheduled to go until 5. We will start with you guys presenting Article 2 and 14. We will then present Article 4 and 15. We will have a break and come back with Article 19. Caucus or lines will be around 11. And then we'll see where the rest of the day takes us.
Great.
We are passing around Article 2.
This is the first pass of that article, right?
No, you had provided an initial proposal back in March.
Yeah. I wrote that from that.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair.
Agreed.
This is our first counter proposal on that.
Great. Mark. Aha, you did. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, does that make its way on everybody? Okay. So we have a lot of new definitions to add or some changes to make in this article. One of the overall changes that we wanted to make was just a reformatting of this article. We previously had just the numbering or lettering system that we didn't find to be particularly helpful because every time you want to add something, we have to change all of the formatting. So this formatting method just has everything listed alphabetically without the A, B, C, D.
Great.
And it looks like there's already one little indentation issue here, but, and then we have, so I'll just start at the beginning. We've added a definition here for, and Hannah, do you have the article that, oh, we don't see it in here.
No, it's sure. I wonder if the format, the layout that you have in it.
All right. I'll keep going. So we have added a definition for classified employees. All regularly employed full-time, part-time, and temporary employees who are not employed for licensed instruction and who are not supervisory, managerial, or confidential as defined by the Public Employees Collective Bargaining Act. We had some discussion among our team about just coming in as a brand new employee for education to the educational system and how it can be, especially if you're coming in from like another state, it might be helpful to understand what a classified employee means. So just having that right up front in at the beginning of the contract. Compensatory time is the same, district business days is the same, district work year is the same. We don't have this listed anywhere in the article, but we did want to propose to, and like, I don't know exactly where to list these, but we, because they're not really, this one isn't listed anywhere. We wanted to propose to use a consistent spelling of, maybe I should just use this. We wanted to propose to use a consistent spelling of some terms throughout our contract. So worksite is spelled differently throughout the contract. We wanted to use a consistent spelling of worksite, so just one word, worksite, no space. And then labor management, I'll get to that when I get there. Due process. Let me go back to the original contract language for due process. Let's see what I changed back here. We had a change here in addition to Due process meeting will not necessarily result in discipline. We thought that was, necessary to add here. Particularly because employees, when they receive a due process meeting, they are very concerned about what that may mean. So they will come to the contract, they'll often come to the union and ask questions about what that means. If they come here and look at this definition here, due process means recognizing the employee's right to be informed of the allegations against them and an opportunity to respond prior to discipline being implemented. That suggests that discipline will be implemented as a result of the due process meeting. We know that sometimes a due process meeting results in an investigation and discipline is not implemented. So we want employees to know that that could be an outcome as a result of the due process meeting, so we added that in. Essential positions. This is in addition to clarify the change in the contract that we have agreed on, a change from essential workers. So essential positions is employees occupying positions identified as essential, may be required to report on work days defined under emergency closure and delayed start. We have added the definition of family member as discussed in our Article 15. This is from, I can't remember.
Oakland.
Yeah, Oakland. And we pulled it directly from there. So a spouse or domestic partner, a child or the child's spouse or domestic partner, a parent or the parent's spouse or domestic partner, a sibling or step-sibling, or the siblings or step-sibling spouse or domestic partner, a grandparent or the grandparent's spouse or domestic partner, a grandchild or the grandchild's spouse or domestic partner, any individual related by blood or affinity whose close association is the equivalent of a family relationship. Child shall be defined as a biological, adopted, foster, or stepchild, the child of an employee's same-gender domestic partner, or a child with whom the employee is or was in a relationship in the place of parents. The definition for flex time remains the same. Definition for floater employee remains the same. We've added an immediate supervisor, which just links to the definition of supervisor below. Just cause remains the same. Labor Management Committee, which is a group of district and union leadership that meets regularly to discuss matters of mutual interest or concern. And then a proposal here to have a consistent spelling of Labor Management Committee throughout the contract. It's sometimes spelled with a hyphen, sometimes without. So we just like consistency throughout.
We have a very strong preference for no hype.
Yeah.
I agree with that one on this.
Really?
Yeah.
Great.
We're very excited that you do.
Yeah, I don't know why I was, yeah. All right, less than 12-month classified employee. An employee whose contracted days include 10 months or 11 months per year. Optional summer work does not extend the length of an employee's contract. There is some confusion among classified staff whether they take on optional summer work, whether that makes them into a 12-month employee. So we wanted to clarify that in definitions. Letter of direction. We just added here a labeled written directive from the supervisor. And then in the second sentence here, we took out, this is typically considered to be disciplinary. We really want clarity for staff when they read these definitions. A letter of direction in our discipline article, it is considered to be part of discipline. So we want that to be really clear for staff that this is part of discipline for them. Letter of reprimand, we've also added that this is a labeled written communication and that it is considered to be disciplinary. So it's clear these will come to them as labeled letters and that they are part of their discipline. Meeting summary is a written summary of a meeting between a supervisor and employee that may include constructive and corrective feedback. This is considered to be disciplinary and will not be placed in the employee's personnel file. We had some discussion about meeting summaries may not always include constructive and corrective feedback. It might just be a summary of a conversation that you had and it may not always. Open route, this came out of a conversation that we had in labor management. Any route that does not currently have an assigned driver and or an assigned transportation assistant if required for district policy. If the regularly assigned driver or transportation assistant is on a leave of absence, that route is not considered open.
Can I ask a question about that? Just one question. It says under transportation assistant, it says if required for district policy. So it's not a district policy, it's in accordance with students' IEP or 504. Unless I'm missing something in district policy. Which could happen.
Okay.
So is that what the intent of it is?
I mean, I would lean on our transportation members on our team for the language that we have there.
I think my understanding on that would be that, my understanding is that we're assigning transportation assistance on special accommodation buses. And that is directly contingent upon the student load, the student, the students on that particular route.
You know, we put transportation assistants are on buses where students have an IEP or a 504 where it specifies that. We have lots of kids that are on IEPs or 504s.
Right.
That don't have that on there, and it's generally because they can, navigate general education buses, but the transportation employees or transportation assistants are on special accommodation buses because the students in their IEP or 504 says that they need that assistance. That makes
There's
sense.
a helpful clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I will say, Greg pointed out that there is a district policy that says something about we will follow IEP 504. That is true, but that's typically not.
So just so I understand, transportation assistants aren't necessarily required per district policy. It's potentially, it could be a number of factors, but it's not necessarily district policy. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, and like we are one of the few districts that actually has transportation.
So I have a quick question about this. Is this definition of open route in order for route assignments or that process where they get determined for the driver? Like it feels a little strange to have transportation assistance in this piece because I don't know if they're assigned to the students, not necessarily an open route, like a driver would be assigned to the route. So I'm wondering if that really belongs in this.
So my understanding of the district, I could be wrong about this, but I believe that there are routes where none of the students require in their IEP a transportation assistant, but all of our special accommodations routes have transportation assistants assigned to them. Per district policy is my understanding, but I could be wrong about that. The way it's worked out, there are routes and transportation assistants are assigned to any route with a number. That's a regular route, that's not a shuttle or some kind of midday or after school activity, has a transportation assistant assigned to that route.
No, the transportation assistants are on special accommodations route because there are students that specifically require that. Another good example would be like the route that goes down to Salem every day. There is no transportation assistant on that route because the kids that are riding that route don't specifically. Their disability is such that they are deaf or hard of hearing, so they don't need a transportation assistant it's not on their IEPs. So I know it's confusing because we just have transportation assistants for a number of years, but there's no requirement for that, what's the trigger point is that it's in their IEP or their 504, the transportation as a related service, that they need a transportation assistant. So, let's say if we get kids that where it says it doesn't, they don't need one, and they can navigate a general education class, that's what we try to do under a least restrictive environment. Now, there may be kids on a bus that don't need one, but there are others that are, and so it's just one assistant and they're on the bus anyway. Because of other kids that may need it.
That's not what I've been told by the supervisors in transportation. I've been told that they're not to drive a special accommodations bus without a transportation assistant, regardless of whether or not the students have, transportation needed, because most of the students on my route, it says no. In fact, I think all of them, it says no transportation assistant needed on their paperwork. So I don't,
What paperwork are you referring?
the students' paperwork.
Like the T700 or like a behavior support plan or?
The paperwork that's in the route.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. And I'm sorry that that's what you were told, because I know it's confusing
Okay.
and I can better that to supervisors, but that is correct because it is rare for a student to be on a special accommodation bus that doesn't need or doesn't have that. So as a general rule, that is correct because somebody on that bus, that's why they're on that bus. But there's no policy or requirement. And like I said, that's why a lot of districts don't even have transportation assistance. I used to drive that, and I've been on buses that have a lot of kids that have high needs, and it was just me. And so that I've always been an advocate to have that. But that's because I know that's what's safest for the kids, but there is no legal ODE requirement that says that we have.
That's why we put in here that it's district policy, because I've been led to believe that the transportation assistants are assigned to routes, and that is a district policy and not a legal requirement.
As far as I know, we can clarify that, but unless I'm mixing something, I know that there's a district policy that's said.
To Michelle's
Yeah.
question, do open routes relate to transportation assistance?
We try very hard to match up teams because during route assignment, let's face it, you're on that bus 8 hours a day with that other person. You're probably together as a team, probably more than you spend time during the week with your family, so we try very hard to match those up. But all transportation assistants get training, they get the same requirement, they have all the same thing. So, but right, they wouldn't be on that bus if there weren't kids that needed that support.
So the open route, and thanks, Daniel, what I was trying to get at, is
Yeah.
like, it feels like that is defined in open route so that someone could ask to take it or ask to be assigned to it, and that's for drivers, but I'm not seeing that as a process for transportation.
Yeah, I mean, again, we try, to make our teams because a strong bus staff team is what's good for the kids. But there are times when you just can't make that work. So we may say, oh, gosh, let's look at this a little bit.
I'm very confused now because we already TA'd on Article 20 and we changed it from drivers to employees specifically to include the fact that transportation assistants are assigned to routes under current practice. If you look at the routes, there's a transportation assistant assigned to the route, not to the child. Like, it's not student specific. It's not that the transportation assistant is assigned to a certain student on the route. And we changed the language to reflect that in Article 20, section 9A and B, where expressing interest in open routes is employees rather than drivers. And that was explicitly and specifically to include transportation assistance in the ability to request to be assigned to open routes.
And again, I would say that yes, we want people to be happy and successful where they're assigned. So yes, we do give them that option in the beginning of the school year to say, hey, I really would like to do this. I really like to be with this driver. I really enjoy being out of the school. Right. But if there was, it's just like the deaf and hard of hearing route. That wasn't even an option because those kids don't need that extra support. So there is no assistant on the route. Just like kids, I guess another example might be just to broaden it out even more is on a general education bus. There's lots of kids that are on 504s or IEPs, but it doesn't require them to have an assistant. So, it's not part of their support plan and their IEP. So they're just not, we don't assign them to that route.
And then this is gonna ask the question.
I know, it's very confusing.
But we're talking about routes for which a transportation assistant is required. So the language is, if a transportation assistant is required and there is not an assigned transportation assistant, then it would count as an open route. If it's not, a transportation assistant is not required, then it wouldn't relate to that.
And the only thing that I was bringing up was just that it's not a district.
Right. What
Maybe
is
it's a
it?
practice.
Are there guidelines that you're using for?
I don't know, I think we have to talk about it.
Sure.
Let's talk
That's
about
okay.
it a little bit.
Yeah,
Because I know
it's
it's
a good
confusing
conversation.
thing. Again,
Yeah.
it's confusing.
Is there a sense that it's a term that it's calling out for a definition? You know what I mean? The only reason I would put something in definitions is if we had confusion about what something meant.
We've had some confusion and potential grievances among our transportation staff, which is what led us to define this in definition.
Got it.
We're certainly open to, refining the definition, but it is an interest to have the definition of open route.
And our interest is not in telling them who to assign to the route.
Right.
It's 100% management's decision. It's just, we want to know which routes, who's retired,
Yeah.
is that route possibly available? Can we express interest in it? This is all directed at not having to go to the rumor mill to be like, did so-and-so retire, or are they on a leave of absence? How do we find that out? There's supposed to be a posting that says which routes are not assigned so that we can just say, hey, I'm interested in that route. It's 100% management to decide who gets the route. All we're trying to do is not have to access the rumor mill to find out which routes are open. That's all this is directed at.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to make sure that it agrees with the language that we use elsewhere in the contract on open routes. So the only question I would have in my mind, the definition talks about any route that does not currently have an assigned driver. In Article 20, it feels like something's not really an open route until it gets posted after the first day of fall in service.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I guess I'm quibbling over the currently in the definition. I mean, there's no such thing as an open route. If I'm looking in July, there's no such thing as an open route, right?
No, because that's addressed in annual route assignment in 8.
Agreed,
Right.
agreed.
You bring up a good point. I certainly think the conversation is good for us to land the definition correctly.
Okay. Probably didn't expect that would be the definition that would generate the most conversation. You knew that transportation.
I was prepared for it.
Yeah, good foresight.
Okay, moving on, program of assistance for improvement. This came up in our discipline article. And so I believe this was what we had agreed on as a definition here. School days, no change to the definition. Substitute employee, this is a counter proposal to your proposal back in March. You had proposed at that time a change to substitutes where a substitute is a non-bargaining unit employee working 90 consecutive workdays or less in the same position and location. Our counter proposal is a substitute is a non-bargaining unit employee working 90 workdays or less in the same position and location.
We're agreeable to the 90, we think the consecutive is uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the consecutive, I think you have to have some guardrail around it. I know that you're not suggesting this, but like taken literally, like over the course of 5 years, if I accumulated 90 days in a position, would I cease to become a substitute? You know what I mean? It feels like there has to be some structure around that.
I think you're right. I think there's an implied school year in this definition. Either way, even with the status quo, there was an implied school year understanding, and certainly if we need to add some words there, that might also be helpful.
Okay.
And I can add that our adjustment was more about, like, when I was a substitute, if I had made it to about 58 days, I'd get assigned to a different position for a day.
Yeah,
And then I'm back on the one I was doing before, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to get around that, because it was almost the whole school year, so I think it's where maybe should have just been, or could have just been a temporary position, or a position that opened up in those scenarios where it's just sort of like, well, we just have to hit the reset button. So the walls around it might be different, and truly, a substitute employee could be substituting for someone on leave or other things, or just be the person who is subbing for any position. So this definition may not fully capture everything as
Some of that is acrobatics that we think it's probably unnecessary for the district to have to go through. You know, we want you to have the flexibility you need to have, but also, you know, as these are not bargaining unit employees, you know, some limitations here. Your proposal of 90 is fine for us, but no reason to go through the acrobatics of having them be consecutive.
Jumping down to supervisor, we've had some conversation throughout our negotiations about the difficulty that classified staff have in identifying who their supervisor is. So we've added a definition here. A supervisor is a manager, director, or administrator who directs a group of people or an area of work, ensuring that tasks are completed in accordance with established policies and the collective bargaining agreement. Immediate supervisors are responsible for work performance, including but not limited to completing staff evaluations and ensuring meal and rest breaks are appropriately scheduled. These are two of the things that we find to be the most important identifiers for classified staff, is like who is completing my evaluation and who is directing my meal, like who do I go and talk to if I'm not getting my meal or rest break. And then licensed and classified staff, for example, case managers, teachers, counselors, etc., are not supervisors. And then under workdays, an employee's workdays are those days that they are assigned to perform work for the district, so just using gender neutral qualifiers there. And then work week, the established work week will be defined as Sunday, 12 a.m. to Saturday, 11:59 p.m. We are missing 1 second. Correct that? That's important to us. No work without pay.
And we struck the 12-month classified employee because the definition is basically the title. If that's okay, though.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did remove that one. Thank you for catching that, Amanda.
Can I ask?
well, not employee to an employee who works 12 months.
Yes, yeah. Well, that was a little bit redundant.
By clarifying the less than 12-month employee, we felt like we didn't also need to keep at it.
My question, where would you consider, like example facilities have lead crews? Would they be considered, where would they be considered in the supervisor? Do they fall under the licensed and classified staff are not supervisor then?
Can you give me an example?
An example, have the police. They could be a crew, picking up police, and somebody's a lead in that group.
Yeah, lead is typically not a supervisor. You know, under the law and practice, I think typically a lead is, it absolutely could be a classified employee who's gonna be there for, coaching, training purposes, but ultimately is it going to be doing an evaluation? Is it going to be doing discipline? And if there's a problem with meal and rest break, isn't going to be where the buck stops.
But it will be able to direct.
Some amount of coordination, again, training, coaching, that's all fine needs to do. For sure.
Thank you.
Can I go back up to the very first, added one, the classified employee? Just kind of an intent question. Is your intent to bring any positions into the unit that are not currently in the unit through this definition?
No, this is not a recognition proposal. We do think that in the recognition clause, essentially everyone who's not licensed and is not defined as supervisory, managerial, or confidential as defined by the act is in the unit. But this is not an attempt to recodify that or change that codification.
Then I think kind of related, if you then jump down to the definition of supervisor, is that intended to be the definition of the use of the word supervisory up in the definition? Because the use of supervisory up in the definition of classified employee is tied to the definition in the PECBA, right? And this definition of supervisor, it's at some of those pieces, but it's not a fully fleshed out definition of supervisor under the law. So I wouldn't want us to think like, oh, it says supervisory under classified employee definition. And now our definition is supervisor is down here. That must be what that means, because I don't know, it likely will be, it's just not a complete definition down there.
Yeah, we considered in our conversations even using some part of the definition of supervisory in PECBA for this, but we kind of didn't think it was helpful for our members.
This doesn't read very well.
It doesn't read very well. It doesn't help them actually understand it.
Yeah.
We do think that someone who is supervisory under PECBA is going to be an immediate supervisor, is going to fall under that definition or should, right?
Like they should, yeah. Yeah, I think that practically, that in practice, it won't change things. I guess I just probably just kind of hung up on a technical level of, we use the word supervisory up here, and then the definition is not exactly what the definition of supervisor is under the law, but I'd like to give that some thought or figure out, because I agree, I don't think putting the definition under the law here is all that helpful, because
it's complex. There's like 8 pieces to it.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly we're alluding to it with ensuring that tasks are completed in accordance with established policies and the collective bargaining agreement. That is much like the PECBA definition of supervisory and a supervisor's ability to adjust grievances, but yeah, as you said, it's legal easy and unhelpful for our members to go agree for that and find that definition. I think really our interest is around our members having clarity about who their supervisor is. It has been an issue. I think it's a shared interest to fix that. And again, to the first bullet, those situations come up most commonly around evaluations and meal and rest breaks.
It helps clarify what Martha was getting at, which is that just because I have a lead custodian or a dispatcher or a trainer that's telling me some things, you're gonna use this bus today, you're gonna work and you're gonna rake leaves over here, that doesn't mean they're my supervisor. They don't do my evaluation. If I have a problem, I don't really go to them with that. They're just sort of organizing some stuff. And so it helps give us clarity on who is my actual supervisor versus who is just sort of directing my work as a delegated duty from the supervisor to make things run more smoothly.
It's
Thank you.
also the person you would, in an incident report, you have to select your immediate supervisor, so we just really want folks to know what you need to put there.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay,
We all have.
okay. So I'm hoping we can play the music. We just had a couple changes here, which was just on our table. We had no numerical changes. We just, changed your years of service language to years of employment. And then, you had 1 to 3 years, and we just changed it to years 1 to 3, just for the sake of clarity. And otherwise, we've accepted your vacation accrual proposal. And we are in agreement on all of the language in this article.
I think that looks good.
All right.
I like yours better. Derek, put me on the spot. You can go. Good, thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys, meeting us at our proposal on that one, and feels good to get that signed off.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, so that was quick. All right, we have focus for you on Article 4, Article 11. Article 4 is going around first. I think here we're still kind of after finding that elusive sort of balance point. You know, as we're trying to respond on Article 4, I think we're looking at a number of factors. The law, obviously, the law plays into this one heavily because we've got some specific statutory language on union rights. I think we're also trying to balance compliance with that law, making sure that the union has the opportunity to get its work done, limiting the impact on the district to the degree possible. The law, I'll be transparent. The law is an onerous one from a management perspective because it does call on many non-work things. That doesn't mean they're not important. I'm not trying to insinuate that the union work's not important. It's not work that the employee was hired to do. So from a management perspective, it feels like non-work is happening on work time. That's just a reality from the management side, but it is the law. And so, and that work has a value to the district too, because it helps promote a smoother operation between districts and its employees. So not trying to devalue this at all, trying to find that kind of meeting point where we can assure work is getting done, we can assure your business is getting done, et cetera. So we've made a number of changes to this article. We still aren't in full agreement on this particular article. We are on page 1. There's no differences there. Now, I believe we've been in agreement on page 2. We see page 2 as a fairly significant change in this article, and you've reflected that back too, and when you've described it. We have not adopted the overtime. I think we reflected a lot on David's presentation and the impacts, and I do understand the viewpoint that of what that exchange means, that work that would have been paid as overtime is not. From a district perspective, let's say that 5 hours of union release time happened, and so an employee worked 45 hours that week. And the district, from a purely district perspective, 40 hours of district work would have still got completed that week. But the district would be paying 5 hours of overtime. So it's a tough one from a district standpoint, understanding the individual impact on employees. But again, that balance of how much work that the district hired somebody to do got performed in 1 week. It was still 40 hours. It was not 45 hours. So that one is hard for us. And it's not part of the statute, which is a fairly comprehensive statute, where the legislature provided for many things, but did not require that. So I think one of our goals is to not go beyond what the law requires, because we view the law as being fairly significant. We don't have any difference now on 5. We've adopted, actually, it was your 6, our 5. We've adopted your language at the end, which you presented as a counter proposal to us, about if we have somebody who takes full-time release for a period of 4 more consecutive years. We had slightly different language at the end there, and we've adopted your counter proposed language. Number 6, again, now you still see us struggling to find that point, that equilibrium point where we're balancing district work getting done and union work getting done. We've increased our proposed pool up to 300. You were at 675. We have proposed section C as a counter proposal to yours that would have an additional 500 hours. So in that year, it would be 800 hours. You had proposed, I believe, 2,000 or thereabouts. So we have a change there. On the next page, all the strikeouts have been agreed to because they correspond to the beginning of the article, the changes there. We have no differences on the next page or the next. The last page, that language, I believe, should now match yours in L. I think that the key difference there, you had that such orientation shall be monthly unless otherwise agreed to by both parties, and should be conducted as part of the employee's work days as much as possible, and we've accepted that language. We're now into agreement there.
Thank you for that. I should ask, does the district have a good accounting of how many hours we've used for bargaining related activities that were not these sessions that would count under 6C?
That's a good question. Let me take it there. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna look into it, but let me.
Yeah, yeah, that would be helpful for us.
Yeah, that'll help inform where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It also might be helpful for us to have just like an overall accounting.
Okay.
For 2 school years would be great. the last school year. And this one potentially, or you could go another school year back to make sure that we have one that does not have any bargaining.
Sure.
That might be helpful, comparison.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be informative, so we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Other questions on this article? I think we are narrowing the scope of where we have disagreements still, or differences in our proposals.
Yeah, thank you for this. I think we'll have some discussion and, yeah, we look into some of that information, because I'm sure some of that might take a little bit of time, but, yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay, Article 15. But this one's going around. This is an article where I think we're very close. Everybody have Article 15? Okay, awesome. All right. Very few things where we still have differences here, nothing on page 1. Page 2, we had differences in D1. And I believe we've adopted your language. All personal leave requests we process through the employee reporting system. Review by the immediate supervisor and human resources director for a final decision. And yeah, I think that is as you proposed it. Then we had no differences in our proposals on the next page. We added a new leave category in response to your proposal in, I guess what would be in yours F7, we've included it as a D. You had proposed in case of employees who are unable to work as a result of a student behavior escalation cycle related trauma or injury or trauma emergency leave will be granted. What you see here in G is what we presented to and agreed to with the license group on what I view to be the same topic. When somebody's injured at work due to a student interaction. For us, how we arrived at this with the license group, it's something that we can define. We know when it's happened. It doesn't really have ambiguous terms. And so that felt more workable for us. So in this case, you'll see that the employee would receive compensation for up to 3 days of pay at the employee's regular hourly rate. When we have a workers' comp situation, there's a 3-day wait period where employees typically have to use their own accrued sick leave before that would trigger. And in this case, the district would pay that time period. It would not come off the employee's sick leave. They probably would have already used their sick leave by the time, and that's why we have that they're receive compensation for the 3 days. Because by the time this gets set through the system, they may have already used those leave days. So again, that's verbatim what we arrived at with the license group on this general topic.
Understood, and thank you for that. It's worth asking if you're at the other table with our HCA siblings, if you're discussing if this is an open article currently.
It is.
It is an open
I
article.
think, I can't remember. Let me check on that. We may have TA'd that. Let me find out. This section the G has passed back and forth in this same format from their side back to ours. I think we might have signed off on that article, but they all kind of blend together for me. So
Sure.
let me see if I can track that down.
Good to know. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's Christina. But that language has been agreed to.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
When you say we'll receive compensation, but you mentioned sick days, does that mean the compensation is coming out of our sick days? Or
No.
is that like emergency leave where you would compensate from a different?
it's not coming out of sick days. You probably already used your sick days by the time we determined that somebody's eligible for this leave, because it has to be an accepted workers' comp claim. And so it's like you're being reimbursed for the value of those days. And I don't recall,
Like a manual adjustment to your.
They would go back into our leave bank and you would pay us for those days.
What if we haven't used our sick days?
and they were just as unpaid. The employee took them as unpaid days.
Well, just what if I haven't used my sick days and I was physically assaulted and I missed work?
Well, if you had accrued sick leave available, you would have had to have used your sick leave. I don't think you could opt to, I'm off work because I'm injured, but I don't want to use my sick leave, but I have sick leave. I don't believe that that's an option. If you didn't have accrued sick leave, and so you were in unpaid status for those 3 days, you'd be compensated for those 3 days.
That makes sense. And the workers' compensation claim, that system is going to take longer to approve than
Agreed,
within those 3 days.
exactly. So that was in response to your proposal in F7.
Just a quick, I think we might have a couple of questions on this.
Sure.
Does the employee have the option of, instead of taking pay, replenishing their bank of sick leave?
I think that's what Michelle was saying, that those sick leave days would just simply be.
That's how it's done. So the employee doesn't get paid an additional amount for those days. I think.
Unless they moved into unpaid status because there's no accrued sick leave.
Right, if there was 3 days of unpaid status, now it's paid status.
Exactly.
But I get it.
Otherwise, your pay just kept going as is, but those days were deducted off the books. Now those days would just be put back on the books.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, needing clarity for sure. Do you have another question?
It was actually back in emergency leave. We skipped over something.
Oh, what did I miss?
On sick, our proposal on sick was a little bit different than your counter here. So our last proposal was a spouse or partner, comma, or dependent child. Is there a reason for the difference here, or was it just?
No,
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think we're in agreement on that section.
so it could be a spouse or partner, comma, or dependent
Correct.
child. Okay.
Yes,
All right. Thank you for that.
the only qualifier that the qualifier of living in the employee's home, the only person that attaches to is dependent child.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you're right. I think your grammatical piece reflected that better.
Okay.
We are using the Oxford font, right?
Ah,
I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue.
Moving on to parental leave. I don't believe we have differences in our proposals. Same with disability leave. Also the same of long-term leave without pay. I think it was sick leave donation where we had proposed a change. And so it's just hard to spot because we're no longer proposing the change. It's in what would be M. Changing the formatting on 4. The union will solicit hours of sick leave from bargaining unit members, and we had proposed and track in there, in that piece.
I see you're withdrawing that.
We're withdrawing. You had not included that in your kind of proposal.
After the last conversation, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, so we've withdrawn that language. So now all of sick leave donation, I believe, matches up in our 2 proposals. I also believe that's true under guidelines for leave donation. I think the rest. If I'm missing something again, let me know. I think the rest are consistent between the 2 proposals. So with that verbal change under emergency leave, accepting your proposal, I believe the only place where we're different in this article is our use of section G, leave resulting from physical assault as compared to your emergency leave F7.
I think I'm still confused on the, emergency leave for physical assault, because on this, you're assuming that it's physical assault that keeps me out for more than 3 days. But if I'm physically assaulted by a student and need to go home that day, or am not able to come back just the next day because of a simple wound, I'm not going to put in for work.
True.
And so that's just out on me, even though I was physically assaulted by a student.
That's correct. Under our proposal, I think the one that we arrived at with the license group was, it was an injury that resulted in a worker's comp. For us, that became easy as an identifier that there had been a physical injury or physical assault. So that's the one that we landed on with that. Also, we use that in Salem Kaiser School District. That was a definition that they did on.
And the interest there is, avoiding ambiguity.
Yeah, how do we apply this? Also, not having too widespread use. This is a new leave category. It's in addition to sick leave. So, you know, when we look at like how many situations would we possibly have, we're trying to put some limit on it, admittedly, just because every time we add a paid leave category, we do add a financial hit to the district on some level. So just trying to find some guardrails.
Yeah.
Other questions on 15?
Looking around,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah. We definitely need some caucus time before we bring Article 19.
Sure. Do you think coming back at 10:45 is going to be adequate for you, or would you like to come back at 11?
I think 11 is safer.
Okay. We will caucus and see you at 11 in 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Thank you for your flexibility. We have an article to present.
All right, we've got Article 19, most of it anyway, which I will also explain as we get there. And so that one can go around, you know, what I would say as it's going around is we tried hard to reflect on, there's a lot of issues in this article. It covers a lot of different topics. We tried hard to reflect on your presentation and stated needs. At the same time, I think we're trying to be mindful of, number one, there are some areas where the law covers a topic and we're always reluctant to provide detail that's in the law. Number two, we're trying to recognize what's practical to have in a CBA. So we're gonna have some differences there as to what we think should or can belong in a CBA and what we don't, what we think is already governed by the law. So feel free to ask questions as we go along. You'll hear from a number of us, it's kind of different experts on different pieces of this. So I'm gonna kind of do a side-by-side with your proposal. So if you have both of those, which you probably do, it'll be helpful. A1, there's no differences. It was just changed their immediate supervisor. A2, your A2, not ours. So now your A2, we did not include, to the degree that that's correct, I think it's governed by that first sentence in A. The district will comply with all workplace and safety requirements of state and federal law. OSHA provides the kind of narrow band when an employee could selectively opt out of performing a duty. You know, as I read it, it's imminent harm of death, basically, or severe injury. But we think that that is kind of covered within that state and federal law reference in the first sentence there. So we didn't include that.
So just to be clear, before you keep moving, so you believe that OSHA guidelines allow members to decline to perform certain work if there's like the imminent risk of physical harm?
Yeah. So I mean, that's what I take from Senate Bill 907, which kind of modified OSHA, was with no reasonable alternative and in good faith, we can't take action when somebody has refused to expose the employee or prospective employee to serious injury or death arising from a hazardous condition at a place of employment. So it's a fairly high standard when you can just out and out say, I'm not going to do that task. But I think it is kind of governed by that portion of OSHA.
Are there circumstances in which one of our members may believe that performing work could result in physical harm, but the district's position would be that they need to continue to perform such work, or else be subject to disciplinary action?
I could see that happen.
What would those circumstances look like?
I'm trying to think of a good example for you. Like, hey, you're asking me to use this chemical, and I believe that this chemical is a known health hazard and shouldn't be used. And then the district has a supervisor who says, actually, we've gone through a review process. We've selected chemicals that we know to be safe. You might not agree with that, but this is an allowable chemical to be used in this setting. And so you need to go ahead and clean the floor with this chemical. We would expect the person to move forward with that in that situation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. A3, that one, our A2, your A3, I'm going to defer to Wendy on that.
Yeah, right. So, I think we include, the consultation piece, the appropriate district personnel, the safety concern piece. The only piece we really changed was at that then, because disruptive behaviors is kind of ambiguous. We wanted to make it more, I think you meant like kind of more, behaviors that beyond like a pencil being tossed or something, I think it means something really identifiable. So we went with who have been identified to receive specific intervention supports so that it kind of raised to the level I think maybe you guys were thinking.
think in our proposal, we said during behavior escalation cycles.
Yeah.
But those, yeah,
Yeah.
can you speak to the difference between your language and the behavior escalation cycles and how we
Yeah.
understand them?
I think that that would definitely have to be around those specific intervention supports. We're not always gonna be able to predict certain students and, you know, when they're gonna have an escalation, what that's gonna look like. But I think that when we really look at that intervention, then we can really identify a safe place that would be appropriate to what is going on with that student. That makes sense.
I think so.
So it really matches what's happening. I think in the moment, we have some things that we do, different buildings have different systems that they might identify, but we really want to make sure that we are matching what this student needs. And what's doable first.
I have one question about this. Who have been identified by whom and how would that be communicated?
Good question. We could think about that. I think that would definitely have to be probably the person setting that place and plan and that plan in place. So that would probably be a case manager along with the supervisor or a student success coach or a specialist who's working with their supervisor. Usually a principal or a vice principal. And then, you know, we have the flavor of the staff input piece is there as well.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that the intention of our is more broad and general, that there would be supervisors consulting with appropriate district personnel around employee concerns, generally about how to support an appropriate employee actions during behavior escalation cycles, which could be any student. It wouldn't be limited to necessarily to students who have been identified to receive specific intervention supports. It could be a gen ed student, it could be a special accommodation student who hasn't been identified, but suddenly we find that that student's in a behavior escalation cycle. And so I think that that's part of our intent. And so I think part of our interest in hearing your language would be that that's a far narrower. It doesn't provide the supports more broadly.
And I would think that that part, the more broad piece would be something that you would discuss maybe in your discipline plan and your safety. So in another place, does that make sense?
Okay, with that discipline, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna move on, but yeah. Go.
Well, you're saying this part, we're only identifying students on some type of behavioral plan, I don't see.
It would be an intervention, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a student on NP or, but it could be a student that maybe we've seen something for the first time and we're making an intervention plan, or the student has something temporary. So it could be a student outside of those two pieces.
In your answer to David, I was told you said it would be in the safety plan or discipline plan. What are those and where are those found?
I think that would be for the building. Every building has a safety plan and a discipline.
Okay, but what if we're working with students that are not in a building and we don't have these things? Like on a bus, we don't have buildings. I mean, we have buildings, but students aren't there.
Where would a safe place be? Is that the building? I think that would go back to the specific intervention supports. I think we have to make a very specific plan for that situation. So I think it would go back to creating that specific intervention for a student who's having an escalation on the bus. I do think that it's important.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward, but if you have other questions about any of these prior parts, that's fine. I'm just, trying to keep the flow going.
Yeah, thank you. Good
Yeah.
questions.
Heat and air quality, obviously, we've adopted that heading. We've adopted that the district shall develop comprehensive plans to address air quality and heat-related concerns at each work site in accordance with Oregon law. I mean, from our perspective, that law then gets fairly detailed, and so our preference is largely to just defer to the law. We added, these plans shall be made available to the union. You had shared with the union by May 1st of each year. We didn't know if there was something magic about that May 1st date. I mean, our expectation would be we provide the union with the plan, and if it changes or if it gets updated, then we provide the union with the new plan or the updated plan. So we didn't know if there was something magic about that May 1 timeline, or did this have to be a yearly thing as opposed to just as the plan changes or evolves? If it doesn't, it doesn't seem like you need it each year if it's not changing.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think the concern with the timeline is that oftentimes heat-related incidents happen quickly, and then we want to make sure that the communication is ready before they happen. We want to make sure that it's clear and communicated clearly to all the sites and all the workers who will be impacted by the incident.
Mhm.
And that's why we put that timeline in there so that we would have time to review it.
You're on to the second sentence now, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the May 1st timeline.
Oh, okay.
For the heat-related and concern. Comprehensive plans to address air quality and heat-related concerns. May 1st.
Mhm.
Yeah, because oftentimes that comes up during the summer months. So I think during this last summer, we had days of very high heat. And the communication that went out was, went out maybe after the fact, or we weren't aware of it until, a couple days in. Wanted to make sure that workers had that communication before it happened, so that they were prepared and knew in advance where their cool off sites were, where they could get water. And so we wanted to make sure that we knew before, well in advance, what the plans were at the district level.
And not an annual thing.
Yeah, because that could change year to year. Potentially. And if not, I mean, it could be like the inclement weather memos that go out annually and we connect on them annually. But if it's an annual memo that goes out, I mean, I think it could be good to send an annual memo out. Hey, if there's a heat-related incident this summer, here's the plan. It does seem to be that that's becoming an annual concern.
While it seems like a concern in July, August, September, those are 3 months I just named, and it wasn't that many years ago that I would be naming maybe one of those months. So, since May, it's a matter of time before June is a problem.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. We did not adopt the language the district shall provide and maintain air purifiers year-round in all classrooms and communal work areas. That was something that happened during the pandemic, obviously. We had a public health emergency ongoing. We also had a lot of federal resources. And so Ray's estimate for what it would take to maintain that level of air purification is well north of $1 million. And I can't remember how frequently that was. So for us, we've now moved out of a public health emergency. We no longer have the federal funding. The district does kind of, on occasion, provide air purifiers. If it's something that's somebody's reasonable accommodation for a disability, that would be a situation where air purifier would still be provided. Obviously, if we had another communicable disease outbreak of some sort, then that would cause a rethinking. But just as an ongoing course of business, that one's hard because of the cost. And I mean, I think you'd say we would all benefit from having air purifiers. I can't argue with the benefit of that, the necessity of it now compared to when, under the circumstances we had been at, I think we questioned a little bit, cost benefit wise.
Ray, can you maybe speak to like what the current HVAC systems do as far as cleaning the air? I'm thinking specifically around wildfire smoke. Okay.
Although Ray, I think you were saying if we had a smoke event that would immediately cause all of the filters.
Yeah. Million in one day. Typically, these periods, depending on the use, they can go anywhere from 6 months to 2 years without replacement. They use optimally, probably over 2 years if they're used continuously, 24/7, 5 to 6. We need for the district $1 million every 6 months or every couple of years.
Thank you for that. That's helpful info.
We did include the language, the district shall provide, the district shall provide annual access to OSHA's wildfire smoke training course. Instead of via safe schools, we just used via the district online training platform. It's a more generic term for safe schools. We saw your B3 as being encapsulated in our obligation to have comprehensive plans that complied with Oregon law on the topic. So for us, those plans have requirements in them for how we notify employees when we provide respirators, things of that nature. So we prefer a more generic statement of the law, and rather than trying to kind of spell it out in the contract. That's heat and air quality. I'm going to just pause there before I move on to see if there are questions related to that. Okay, hearing none. Safety glasses, that is your proposed language. Section C. Physical examinations, we've gone a slightly different route. You had, and please, if I missed something, just direct me back to it. I look at you, Kara, because you usually the one who's like.
I got you, don't worry.
You missed that one.
I won't let you down, Brian.
You propose to go from an hour and a half to 3 hours. I feel like an hour and a half usually covers it. If it doesn't, then we'd like to set that as kind of the guidelines or the target. Additional paid time will be provided upon approval of the immediate supervisor. If it takes longer, if somebody gets hung up at a doctor or traffic or whatnot, then additional paid time will be provided. I think our expectation is people come back when they can and not take longer than is necessary. Probably the same as your expectation. So we're hopeful that that will account for those situations where it might take more than 1 hour and 30 minutes. There was no proposed. 2. First stage CPR card, we've adopted that title or heading. We've adopted the addition of CPR in the 2 places you see it there in 1 and 2. We felt like, and we went back and kind of cross-checked with Article 21, that really the training piece is covered by Article 21, which talks about when the district is requiring people to undergo training, what are the obligations around it happening on paid time, et cetera. So we felt like Article 21 covered it, the broad topic, and would account for the situation you have here. If we're requiring training and we're not providing it, then obviously the employee has to go seek the training somewhere. The district has to compensate the employee for the cost of that training and the time it takes to go get required training. Staff additional training. Our changes to your proposed language was the sign up for. I think our preference is that its employees shall be permitted to request additional health and safety training rather than sign up for it without that sort of supervisor approval. And then if again, this may be covered by Article 21 as well. So you see the reference there, professional improvement funding is required, refer to Article 21.
Brian, can we go back to CPR real quick?
Yeah.
So I noticed you guys took out these CPR classes will be offered once a month, right, by the district.
Yes.
I was just curious. I don't know if you looked at the CPR report, the logs they have, they do quarterly, but there are a ton of people in this district that are expired and shouldn't even attempt CPR if they're not certified. So I'm curious why we got rid of the training, because right now they send quarterly.
Yeah, my understanding is the district does not provide them. monthly. So I guess that's kind of an initial response, contract language that's beyond something we currently do. We're always a little reluctant. I mean, and I don't know, Carol, is this mostly, it's not just in your department where we have this, somebody on our team was talking about, well, how do we do account for that? You remember?
We offered first aid CPR and AED actually for bus drivers that's connected to their school driver certificate. But that's why we have our own in-house staff and we do it, but even with our own, we could not accommodate once a month. There's just not enough bandwidth for that, but I know there also facilities teaches it. But I don't have any idea of how much.
Right, yeah,
or
they
when they
do
teach it.
quarterly. And like I said, I've seen the CPR logs and certifications, and I'm amazed at how many people are working and doing that job, and it's supposed to be CPR certified, but they're not because the class CPR, 3 months out, and they have to wait that time. So I'm just curious on why. you
It
took
is
that up.
important that if you don't have the certification, not to do it. And then that's why Article 21, if you need to, if we're requiring it, then we pay for it. You need to go outside.
I understand. I think my issue is the amount of training that's being offered. It's lacking in the district when it comes to CPR. And that's just a concern thing for me. So,
Yeah, understood. I don't have specific information on that, other than to believe it's probably a capacity issue, just the people available as trainers and how often that can get done, but I don't know that specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Mark, can you clarify that your comment about your proposed F would also capture our number 4 from our proposal?
Yes,
So that would include first aid and CPR training. It could be, okay,
I think it's under Article 21, Section D.
yeah.
So it could be done outside the district,
Yes.
but it couldn't be.
If we're requiring it, it could be done outside of the district, but if we're requiring it, that's when we pay.
And why not capture it in this article?
Only because we think it's covered by 20.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, good questions.
Section G, one of those things where it causes us to reflect, you had just proposed to strike one time. And then we went back and looked at this language. I don't know how old the language is. District doesn't sponsor any smoking cessation programs. It goes through our EAP program, and it would be under whatever limitations or guidelines that EAP provides. I think Michelle also provided there, if you have remember what that was? If you have Kaiser or
Yeah, if you're under one of the major medical programs, they also include that as part of their wellness initiatives, which didn't used to be in place, but now it is, so.
So it felt like we've had a shift again in how, I don't even know what it looked like at one point, if the district sponsored a smoking cessation program or if it meant the EAP. But whether it's 1 time, 2 times, et cetera, I think that would be under the guidelines of that EAP program. And it is no cost to the employee to access EAP. So we went back and kind of reflected on that piece. Property loss, that is your add of or locker in H. Specialty clothing, section 5, going down to 3. It felt like just eliminating the word rain did the trick there. It's like whatever gear is necessary depending on the nature of the inclement weather. If it's inclement weather is snow and cold, then the gear is going to be like gloves and a heavy coat and whatnot. If the inclement weather is rain, then it's rain gear. So we thought that might just do the trick.
Thank you.
Yep. I4. And this one I am turning over to Lenny.
For this one, I think what we were trying to do was capture kind of some of the processes that can happen and train not taken. And so we just took that you could request that safety equipment related to the assignment and to their immediate supervisor. and then evaluate that situation and determine if it's appropriate. And the reason behind that is because we want to make sure that the item being requested matches the situation accurately. So you always want to have is doing the job that you think it's doing. So that's the first thing. And then you can always appeal that or if it's denied and go to the district management. The time frame is different based on the specific TEB. There's various different things. So getting those items or having them, there can be really specific things. There can be some general things. So it really is dependent on the situation and what's needed for those.
Do you have any PPE that you have on site that is readily available to staff?
We do have some PPE for emergency.
So I think one of our major concerns is that when staff ask for PPE,
Yeah.
the timeline from when they ask for it and when they receive it is so long. And, you know, like our proposal in A2 about, you know, declining to perform a task that they feel is unsafe until their supervisor has made it safer, is tied to really this language that was in our proposal in I-4, which was a request for PPE. And then we had, you know, these really specific timelines of how quickly this request would be moved through the system and how quickly they would receive that PPE. I see you've taken any kind of timeline out here in your counter proposal, which really removes any kind of safety for the workers in terms of like, you know, I could put in a request. With this, I have no timeline for when or if that could ever be filled. So can you speak to that from a safety perspective to a worker who's in a situation that they feel is unsafe?
Yeah, and I don't think the object of that is to like short or to elongate a timeline. It's just that we can't always predict how long something is gonna arrive depending on how specialized it is. So that's the hard part, is to give a specific timeline could be difficult. Now, of course, we want everybody to be safe and have the things that they need to be protected. I don't think we've ever really said no unless it was an inappropriate item to the situation. So I don't think that's the intent. It's just that I don't think we could say for sure in 2 days we could get this item that we need. You know, that I think can be difficult. I think basics like gowns and gloves, and, right, that's gonna be easier, but when it's more specific, that's when it becomes more difficult. So that's the hard part.
Are there fairly standard items that generally people request? I mean, we listed some items that, based on feedback from our team, seem to be fairly common, such as bite sleeves, protective masks, face shields, shin guards, white jackets.
I think we have most of those. I haven't heard of the bike jacket part, but I think we have usually are used to most of those. But there can be other specialized things like a mat that maybe needs to be a certain, you know, certain training goes with that, things like that. But we need to make sure.
And how long would it take to get something like that? If a request were to come in, how long would it take to get something like that out to workers?
That's a good question. I would have to talk with our risk management, but I know that's not the 2 to 3 days for sure in different situations. And again, I don't think we've had much requested beyond sort of the typical PPE. In fact, I think we've had some situations where we had to say, hey, I think you should have this PPE, you know, to folks because they weren't wearing it or weren't using it. So I think I've seen that more often actually than the other way around, but I would have to ask for what a timeline for some of our one-off items would be. I think she was thinking more in the 2 to 3 weeks. We've had up to that.
2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, sometimes. So it just depends, but I think these more typical, like the gowns and the gloves, that's what we can go out with.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really difficult for us to accept any kind of language that doesn't have a. When we're talking about worker safety, this is very nebulous language, and we have, as we've spoken very explicitly at the bargaining table and in the school board meetings, we have employees who are dealing with safety concerns on a daily basis. And when they're making a request for PPE for their protection, they need a firm answer about how they can get their needs met. And this is not a firm answer with a firm timeline about how they can get those needs met. And so, you know, our counter proposal will be different.
Yeah, and I think also that would be good to have those examples, because I don't think that I've come across a lot of examples where they. So. Good to me. And like the time, you know, I didn't hear anything, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can provide those examples.
Yeah.
Anything else on I before I move on to J, which is also Wendy?
Anything else, Mark?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. So in this one, I think we really tried to stick again with the Oregon law. I think we go through it. We did the importance, all employees working directly with students shall be consulted on education plans. We did that for review or revise. Then we also, we switched here a little bit and we said employees may give input into behavior support plans, individual education plans, and 504 plans. We believe that's really how the law reads, not necessarily being invited, and that's true for classified and license, that they may give input, but not always go to the meeting. And then if employees participate in meetings, they'll be compensated for the hours worked. That's true, you know, and employees asked to go beyond their regular work hours. All employees working directly with students. This is similar to yours as well. We just tried to wordsmith a little bit. All employees working directly with students.
I think that's
the same.
theirs.
Yeah, that's the same. I think it's just that middle part with the meetings.
If our members aren't being invited to participate in those meetings, how are they supposed to give their input?
Yeah, so that input, we've done it in different ways depending on the building, and the situation. So it could be done through a Google Doc where folks are, you know, actually inputting their some ideas. Most of the time though, we're doing a lot of data collection, so there's a lot of information that the assistant is already providing, and usually there's a note section there. And then also checking in with the supervisor or with the case manager to give some input into those pieces as well.
I have a question. I've asked in the past to be, to find out who a student's case manager is so that I could provide input, and I was told I don't get to know who those people are, and I'm not allowed to give input, including things. So, and there's no process for anybody in transportation to give any feedback to anyone about the behavior and how to support it. So how are we in the future? Because you said something about buildings have this and we track this data and all this stuff. None of that is happening. So with regard to transportation, so how are we going to be able to provide input?
I'm sure Carol can chime in on this, but we do meet monthly with transportation.
We do. And also, you can go to the supervisor, because we also work with the safety care team through them to get information. When we're given the support plans and those heavy works with different times where we get stuff, a lot of the support plans are based on the classroom, no doubt, because that's where they're written. But when we do our safety care training, we try to adapt some things. But you can come to one of the supervisors and you can get the answer. Come talk to me because we talk all the time. And anytime a student has really aggressive behaviors or just out of the norm, just sometimes it's sound, sometimes it's whatever. We work closely with the safety here, working her through.
And that's been because folks have given input to the supervisors they bring to that meeting.
So I have
So,
tried to talk to my supervisor and Tabby about this and been told that they don't have access to that information, that I cannot have access to that information, that I cannot give input. Um,
it sounds like
so
they're correct.
I think there needs to be something other than just go talk to your safe supervisor or ask the safety care trainers, because that's not what the law contemplates. The law contemplates that we be able to specifically say, this student, every time A happens, the student does, spits or kicks somebody. And we just want to be able to provide that feedback so that it can be included in the plan. And that we can have that input that we're legally required to basically give. And there's no mechanism, and there's absolutely no process or mechanism or way for us to provide that. And when I've gone to my supervisor, and this has been going on for 5 years now, every time I've told, that doesn't apply to you, that's not information that anybody wants or needs, that's not something that you're allowed to talk about, that's not, stay in your lane, all these things. So I'm very frustrated by this process just being sort of like, oh, we're already collecting this data, because I have tried to provide data and been told no.
And I'm sorry that that's been your experience, because we really do work hard. I think there's a couple of things in place. We have a couple of supervisors who are also learning this process. We also, it is hard because that piece about being, the relevant, sometimes what is relevant in a classroom may not be relevant to what we're doing on the bus. So we're always having to kind of work through some of that. But the information that we have, we pass it on to you. If we hear that there's something missing, that's why, we meet monthly with student services, and I often call, or Debbie calls and stuff like that. I would like to hear more about your specific situation, because that's not what I was hearing. But there are times with kids with disability that we even have to kind of problem solve outside, because it's in a bus setting, where we don't necessarily have the same stuff, the same access. Like they can clear a classroom, we can't clear a classroom, we can't clear a bus. So we work through that. But I think also that's the other piece, is sometimes we get asked for stuff that it is beyond just a safety thing. It could be a HIPAA, it could be FERPA, or we're working to work through that.
I think, so it sounds like you did not have a great situation identified, and I think this is also saying that we want to have consultation and input into that. So I think we did keep that part in here. The only part that we changed was the addition to the meetings. And that's, like I said, the for classified and for license, where sometimes, we have a meeting that would require like 10 different people to come, or it's outside the contract. So we have people give input. Sounds like we need to figure out a solution to the bus piece and making sure that you're getting input. And I think Carol and I and the team can work on it to make sure it's more systematized. But we kept that language in there because it is important to us. We do want input, and we know that you have really valuable information about students because you're with the students all the time. So I just want to reiterate that part is important to us. So I just wanted to make that clarification. We're not saying we want that part of that. And we know that that's part of it.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was going to ask, and it's apropos of kind of what you were just talking about, how you plan on administering shall be consulted. I appreciate that language. I think we like that language, and thank you for keeping that in there. I mean, and you might be in development of this currently, right? But
Yeah.
how do you imagine implementing shall be consulted when it comes to an SEA versus how will it be implemented when it comes to a transportation assistant or a driver?
Yeah, I think that's probably something that Carol and I need to talk about for the system for the bus use. A lot of times, though, I have to say informally, the bus aides or the bus drivers are giving input to the buildings, as well, so that happens a lot of times. But it sounds like we need a different system so that if it's happening outside of that, we really need to make it more systematized. But for SBA, it really is through that data collection. A lot of times it's through their check-ins with their case managers, with their supervisors, that they're having, some of our buildings have monthly meetings with their paraprofessionals. It can vary depending on, the different levels and the ways that they're going to get that input. We want to make it work for the building and for the staff,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It seems like there may be, like you said, there could be 10 people that would have to be invited to a meeting. So having something asynchronous of the folks where I could even imagine situations where there are nutrition services folks who, right, who might apply to this language.
And like I said, I think it's more secondary where they'll do like a Google form that way, but elementary is a little different.
I can say at our school, over at Glencoe, we are getting now, since this went into law, surveys. We still haven't had that initial invite to sit in an IEP or whatever, but we are getting surveyed and ask for our input. So that's working. But the piece of being invited to the actual IEP is not afforded to us.
And I don't think that that's always necessary. I think that you need to give the input, but that should be then passed on to that smaller team. I think that's going to that AP.
I understand that the law says that we can participate.
Sure, yeah. And sometimes that might be needed. You could.
And I do think, I'd be able to do like, trying to schedule for 10 people is very difficult. I know, oftentimes an IT meeting schedule, the people who have to be there are the students, their parents, their case manager, and a general education teacher. And sometimes it's hard to even get those 5 individuals in that meeting. So, we do a lot of work, our SPED secretary does a lot of work to get people invited to those meetings that need to be there. And if there's a larger contingent of people who have to come to that meeting, I like the meeting would never happen. So.
I will say, when I was a SPED assistant in 2020 and we went to the distance learning scenario, I was the one who would take minutes in the IEP. And when it was my students, I knew how to answer the parents' questions and the specialist questions far better than my case manager knew, just because you're the one who's boots on the ground, who's right there. And so I know you're not saying we shouldn't be there, but I'm just saying for certain students with very specific needs, if the person says, okay, the IEP says this is something that needs to be provided, but I know that it's different than that. And if you, as a SPED assistant, if you've never attended an IEP meeting, you might not even understand the nuts and bolts of how those decisions have been made that you're expected to then uphold and meet that need where it lies. And so, yeah, it was very eye-opening for me to attend. And I had better information than a tracker sheet that just has the zones of regulation and, ooh, very foul language or kicked in the shins, like just quick little stops don't necessarily show that bigger picture. So I think collaboration is an excellent way forward for students that need that higher specificity on what the day-to-day looks like.
It is worth my mentioning that, Bill 756 does specifically call out, requirement for staff to, not just be consulted when the education plan for the student is being developed, but, included in and invited to meetings regarding IEPs, 504s, and some other pieces as well. It also makes sense that that would be challenging for the districts. How are you gonna get a transportation assistant, a driver, a nutrition services, 3 SEAs, a license altogether? That's understandable, but, sort of me calling out the statute as well.
Yeah, I don't dive into the special ed world that much, other members of my firm do. I know that's been one there's been a lot of back and forth with labor organization, legal counsel. I think most districts that I'm aware of have taken the position that it doesn't require an actual attendance at the meetings, but that input, opportunity for input. So I know that there's been some level of disagreement about the interpretation of that statute, because I hear.
Right. Yeah, I think certainly if we could forge a path where our members are participating in the interactive process, that there be a feedback loop, our members are able to get the information they need to be in a position to succeed, but then also give information so that we're able to put our students in a position to succeed too. Good conversation. Any other questions?
I would have to agree with you, because we did have a situation where something was done in an IEP that was not distinguished to the staff. Remember, Harvard, that was in the IEP. So there has to be some kind of mechanism that we are being informed, if not invited, regarding said student. And it's not per se all the students. We all have two to 4 students that we work with personally throughout the year. So I don't see a problem in that. And it's not like, we have a whole department. We're just asking the guys what was, if we're not invited to the meeting, what was said in the meeting, therefore we know. And then if something is not being done or a parent is complaining, then we know.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree with that. I mean, I think we've agreed with big chunks of this language, the consultation, but then also the completion of the feedback loop, which matches language we've agreed to elsewhere, that employees would have access to BSPs, IEPs, 504 plans, et cetera. So I don't think we disagree. I think the only piece of this language that we didn't adopt, that we seem to have some level of debate, is whether somebody's literally invited to and attending the IEP meeting itself. Otherwise, I don't see that we have disagreement. I hear conversation about how that consultation is going to take place, and is it effectively happening right now in all spheres. Hear that conversation, and I think we have an interest in working on that. But the language itself, I don't know that we have other than that one piece that we have a big difference on.
Yeah, I think we appreciate the language proposed here. It is good to talk about how is this gonna work?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Moving on to section K, student and staff incident reporting. RK1 is as you proposed. RK2 is as you proposed. We did not adopt your K3. I think some of this we felt like would be within the training that people receive, like when you fill out a report, you had there that you will fill out incident reports for incidents they directly witnessed or were involved in, not on behalf. I think we agree with that. I don't believe people should be filling out an incident report that they did not have some level of firsthand participation in. I think we believe that would be within that training on annual training on staff and student incident reporting. R number 3 was designed to address your number 4. You guys had a specific amount of time that people would be relieved of other duties for up to 30 minutes. I think we just don't see that as practical in all situations, where it may be that time is available on the spot. It may be that it's available later in the day. It may be, if you see from our language, that if it did result in people having to stay beyond the workday, that they get compensated for that. But I think it's difficult for us to have a kind of a guarantee that in all instances, somebody would be relieved of duty for 30 minutes, because we've talked before that our classified staff are largely performing duties so constantly, and who would step in for them as they took that 30 minutes to perform their duties? It would be a challenge for us.
But we do need to have a conversation about this, because we're struggling to put our members in a position to succeed here. Our members, when we talk to them, feel like they don't have sufficient time to be able to do this. We've also heard they don't have sufficient training around this. We've also heard that people who are not involved in incidents are filling out reports and telling folks, I'll get that done for you. There's a number of things that are going on here that we're trying to address in the contract so that, you know, for us, when we go to educate our members, we first and foremost want to educate them around the contract, right? And what they're able to do there. I think our proposal said up to 30 minutes. It was not a minimum of 30 minutes. It was not 30 minutes every time. But that some reports are going to potentially take that long. I guess how can we collaborate on making sure our members have enough time to do this? We think there's massive underreporting. We want to meet this challenge with you. And how can we do that?
Sure. And some of the pieces that you brought up, we did specifically agree to, like the training and things like that. I think you raised that as an interest. You know, I think our language is designed to account for the variety of scenarios and the complexity of the reports. So rather than provide the specific amount of time, we've simply said one of two things has to happen. You have to be given time during your workday to complete the required incident report, or if that's not achievable, then you need to be compensated for any time that you have to stay after to do it. So that would account for whether it's takes 15 minutes or it takes 40 minutes. You know, one way or the other, it has to happen.
Yeah.
So that was our goal with that language.
If there is general agreement on the idea that employees should be filling out their own report and other employees should not be filling out a report on their behalf for incidents they didn't witness, what is the intention on not including that in the contract?
I guess only that we believe that it would be within the training. I mean, there's probably other pieces in that training that it's just how much of it do we replicate in the contract language itself, I think.
Is it in the training right now?
I thought that if we talk about when you would fill out an incident report, generally speaking.
I'm gonna say it must not be consistent, because this has not been consistent practice across our buildings. Because staff currently are filling out reports on behalf of other staff.
How does that, tell me, like, how does that come about? Does somebody ask somebody, hey, can you fill out this report?
Or a case manager is like, I'll fill that out for you, even for something that they didn't see. I'll fill out that paperwork for you.
Or supervisor may say, so-and-so is having trouble, please fill out the report. And just put them as the witness, but you fill out the report.
So your interest on this piece is protecting the ability of the employee to fill out their own report. Okay.
And I've had experience last year where an incident happened and I went to fill out the report and the licensed person said, don't worry about it, I'll do it for you. And I said, no, thank you, I'll do it myself. She went in and filled out the report anyway and came back to me and said, this is what I wrote, just want to make sure that it's clear with you. So it does happen.
Got it. Okay. It reads a little bit differently than I thought or I wasn't reading that intent. What I was reading was that this was somehow like guardrails or a limiter, like making sure, telling your members, don't be filling out reports that you didn't witness. And I get it, but what I'm hearing more is that the interest is having the right to fill out your own report.
I think it's both. We don't want people filling out reports for things that they didn't witness. We want accurate reports.
I agree.
So I don't want to fill out something I didn't witness. And I don't want anybody else filling out a report for me that they weren't a part of.
Yeah, I guess our perspective was we didn't need contract language to make sure people weren't filling out reports on something. Your members weren't filling out reports on something they didn't witness. It felt like that. Be just direction.
Yeah, really
But I said other pieces.
twofold, and we really direct our members back to our contract of like, this is the place to go to find answers for a lot of your questions. And so safety wise, if we're gonna direct them back to this article as a place to answer a lot of their questions,
Mhm.
and you're in agreement that, I mean, it sounds like this is a shared interest. We want accurate reporting.
Absolutely.
That you would like this language here.
And furthermore, for the injury report, if you fill out, I tried to fill it out and I was unable to because there's a mandatory field called incident owner, which apparently refers to a supervisor, and my supervisor wasn't listed and I couldn't figure out how I was supposed to fill the report out.
And incident owner isn't necessarily a supervisor. Our incident owner at our school happens to be one of our nurses. So it's not necessarily a supervisor.
So it may be a training issue. I don't know who the incident owner is supposed to be in.
That's helpful feedback. I mean, I can see situations where 4 people were all involved in an incident. A person would fill out the incident report. I don't know, would you typically get 4 incident reports on the same incident?
You would think. Everybody sees something different,
I suppose.
Sorry, something. No, I said sometimes it's the office managers, the owners. I don't know why they do that, but that's just how it is. They pick someone.
And this was, I mean, I saw something happen, it was in Beaverton, not on school property. I was completely unable to fill out, I ended up doing, transportation has our own internal reports, but as far as the official Hillsborough School District staff incident or injury report that's available on the vector training portion of the website, which is what you guys are using to track the incidents, I was unable to pull that out because I couldn't figure out who the incident owner was, and so I reported it in writing to my supervisor, but I never was able to fill out that particular form. Which is why we think there's severe underreporting of injuries and accidents.
No, thanks. That's helpful feedback. Gives me, I think gives us some better information what your intent was under that.
I would actually like to go back to our 30 minutes that we had in.
Okay.
And for me personally, when you have an incident, fight or classroom clearing or something, in my history, it's seen that if people write these reports sooner, their memory's better. It's more present in their brain, they know what's happening, instead of saying an incident happens at 8:30 in the morning, and now you're being told, well, you can't do that incident before you go through it. Dealing with so many kids, I feel like their brain's gonna get foggy on what exactly. So it makes sense to do a less fresh in memory.
Yeah, can't disagree with that.
And I understand what you can't say, well, we don't have staffing to cover this. Something has to be figured out, whether it's an administrator covering if there's a traumatic event for that staff member to go do an incident report. I just feel it needs to be happening right away instead of the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. I think there will be situations where somebody's charged with supervising a dozen kids. They won't be able to stop and write an incident report and leave those kids unsupervised. And it may not be that there's somebody else available in that instance to come down and provide that supervision. I think that would be a challenge, depending on the role, depending on what the person's doing at that point in time. So I guess I didn't read your language necessarily as requiring that 30 minutes to happen immediately. Maybe that was your intent. Again, I feel like we agree with the spirit of your language that either time's going to be given during your workday or provided as compensated time. You guys have that as 4B. Employees who cannot complete reports during their daily contract hours shall receive up to 30 minutes of extended contract. So again, without using the exact number of minutes. You're right.
Well, and certainly appreciate it could be 15, it could be 40, but as long as they're provided with the time, I think we would like it to be sooner rather than later. We understand there's gonna be some staffing concerns every once in a while. When it comes to the filing of reports for others, currently, if a licensed, or case manager or supervisor chooses to instruct one of our members to go about their work or go home, that they'll file the report for them. There's not really anything we can do. Our members they just need to kind of do what they're told. I mean, I suppose we could attempt to read your training, but I don't love that, right? And, so I think when we wrote staff shall not as a third party fill out incident reports on behalf of other staff members, that does give us something that we can enforce. I mean, we don't mind asking you to enforce your policies and your trainings. We will certainly do so, but also, this is a problem that our members are coming to us with proactively. And the only solution that we really think of to give them some ability to fix this is language like this.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit better idea now what you were getting at with that language, so we can have some more conversation about it.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think I left off at 3 on ours, K3.
That feels right.
Yeah, which was your K4. The next section, and I don't remember, somebody on our team was working on this and I was not, I don't believe you say the district shall create a short form to track staff injuries. I think we're not necessarily understanding what the goal was, other than you want it to be a more accessible or quicker form to fill out. Is that?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
So currently,
there are things that happen that are worth tracking.
Yeah.
That are they're not huge events, but they are events.
so currently, it is in my HSD. So you go to your my HSD, and then you go to I want to file a report. And so that's it.
is there, but if there's
It's
not
not an
a.
icon, it's not, no, it's, everybody has access to my HSD. And then just one click away, I want to.
And that's the incident. Yeah, so I think what we're hearing from staff, particularly our SBA, is that they're experiencing daily injuries that are not on the level that they want to take 15 minutes to fill out that form, because it is an intense form. And yet they're in situations where they're like, this is a frequent, recurrent experience that it feels like I should be tracking it, because someone needs to know that this is happening. But if I were to track every single occurrence of this experience, all I would be doing with my day is filling out this report. And that's unsustainable. So what they're wanting is like a very short version of this to be like, I got hit again. I got hit again. I got hit again. I got hit again. I got punched 15 times this morning before 9 a.m., right? Because they want this information tracked in a way that is sustainable for them to continue to do their job and be with their students and going about their day, and not just in the incident reporting system 24/7.
If there was something that's easier to report, you may find, and many of your supervisors may find, that there are things that go on a quicker report that probably should go into the bigger report, right? I think that's part of how we're imagining fixing an underreporting problem, where let's make it as easy as possible to report. If folks feel like it's a small matter, let's get it on the easy form. And then supervisors have an opportunity to take a look at that. That's data that we're collecting, that we're all able to review. And supervisors are able to look at that and be like, actually, geez, I gotta talk to that person and retrain them. There's a couple of these, they gotta do the long one, right? That would be helpful, I think, for everybody.
I mean, in that scenario, would you envision somebody would go in like the end of the day or something and say there were 15 incidents today, I mean, that seems like it would make more sense than each time it happened, log on, log on, log on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, unless it was a significant incident in which it's coming under our other language, right?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, I think we're like coming to a cyclical problem. Like, how do I report all of this? I don't have a device, I don't have the time, I don't, all the many layered issues that classified staff face in reporting the injuries that occur frequently for them. So there's a lot of barriers. I think what we're hearing is that this is a huge problem. How do we solve this problem? The first step to solving the problem is accurately reporting it. And the biggest step to accurately reporting it is when we hit this incident reporting system. It is still complex and still time consuming, and we have trouble accessing the technology to do it, and we don't have the time to do it. So how do we overcome that obstacle? And the best way that we can think of right now is to make it more simple so that they can report the small and recurrent issues more easily.
If I could add to that, it's gonna be a lot easier for me to even want to report it at the end of the day. If I know, okay, I have 15 incidents at the end of the day, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna track it. But if I have to fill out a form, it's this long and very complicated for something that I'm not gonna have to receive medical care for, I'm not gonna wanna do it. And I think it's in shared interest for you, as Kira said, for you and us, because then you have a better picture of what's going on in my department, in my school with a particular student. If you're seeing you're seeing, oh my goodness, 15 times a day, the student is doing something that's very aggressive. So just the willingness to do it as a staff member, if it's short compared to long.
To help me understand, I think in my perspective as a case manager, it's pretty common, I would have a data collection sheet where you would tally the amount of times that a student who is typically hitting would be hitting. We'd have a plan and we'd take data on that. Is this outside of that? Because that's data on a student, the student's behavior, but what I think I'm hearing you say is the data you're wanting is when the staff members get it, not when the students get it.
Yeah, I think there's two
Say it
people
again.
in that equation, so we might be collecting some data on the student, but who is collecting data on the worker, right? Because at some point when that worker is like, I can no longer sustain my job anymore, because I'm done, death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like PTSD. And like, there's no warning for that because we haven't tracked the 900 times that worker came to work and got punched every hour of the day, and it wasn't enough to go to the doctor. But finally one day they were like, I can't anymore. And they quit. And that's, I think, what we're seeing with our SDAs. It's just like death by 1,000 cuts. I cannot sustain this work anymore. And we're interested in solving that problem for those workers. And we can't solve that problem until we have that data for those workers. There's a piece of data for the students, but we're missing a piece of data for the workers, and that's what we want you to do.
And it's also stuff that's not student related. For example, one time I splashed some cleaning fluid in my eye, rinsed my eye out. I would have liked to have been able to report that, but I really did not want to take a half hour to fill out this huge form about that incident. But in case something came up later, it would have been nice to have like documented it. There's also incidents where like every single day when I'm checking the oil on my bus, I bang my finger and it starts bleeding on the top of the, I mean, maybe there's something that could be done, or maybe I need training, or I know I could just talk to my supervisor, but I'm going through a lot of Band-Aids. It'd be nice to be able to track this stuff without filling out this huge form every month.
I think that's the other thing I keep coming back to is, that first step of going to a supervisor and then making a plan so that that doesn't continue, or there's a real intervention piece in there. And so to me, that is always the first step in when that is starting to happen and we're starting to see that behavior, is then to create a plan to do an intervention so that staff is safe students. And so I would go back to that, because I know that that is what a supervisor would want, is for it to know about it.
I also think though that filling out something that might be documented, as we're mentioning, is that you might have access to it, you know, a number of people versus till it gets from A to B to C to D, everybody has access that you can be like, oh wow, here's little Johnny, who not only bit Margaret 5 times, but also bit our bus driver. Oh, and Alex tried to intervene and she got bitten. It seems like we need the following PPE to help versus waiting for us to ask until they get through A, B, C, and D. We've already only had 2 weeks that probably have gone by. And then we gotta wait 2 or 3 weeks until we get the PPE. So I think if everybody is kind of like in the loop of what's going on until that document makes it again from A, B, C, or D. I mean, I think it's just the plan, the thought of it, you know, could be kind of, you know, if we all work through it, we come up with a plan, I think everybody on the long run, it would help everybody.
I'm just hoping that in buildings and buses and all that, that we're going and talking to supervisors way before that, right? When it's starting, when the beginning pieces are happening, so that we're doing interventions, because I mean, we all know here that works better than waiting 2 weeks and something's been going on and nobody knows about it, or, right? So I just want to go back to, I want to encourage people to be going to their, you know, principal or VP or whoever it is to really talk about that first, on the front end, not later. Yeah.
And that can be on the later when we also have our supervisor putting down other plans. I mean, I work really close with my supervisor and, you know, it's kind of like taking a peek, oh, she's not there. I'm gonna check in with my vice principal, she's not there. I can check in with my office manager. Hey, have you seen her? Yeah, she's dealing with Johnny, well, so-and-so was dealing with me, you know, Susie. So that can take time. And I know our administrators wear capes and they're pulled left and right, and we're lucky if they get a lunch break. You know, and there's a lot that happens in our school. A lot. So they're being pulled left and right while a lot of our office or case managers are also trying to help and support. We can have 10 fires going on at one place and not enough. So by the time we get that information to them, it can honestly be 3 to 4 hours, or it can be an evening text. Hey, by the way, I forgot to tell you the following. I'm sorry, let's talk about it tomorrow. And you know, it can be like, yes, I know we need to talk, Alex. Give me a few, we'll talk about it. But yeah, multiple fires in place, and I'm sure a lot of our admin are nodding their heads because we know.
I think it was our hope that a short form could in some situations be a conversation starter, right, with a manager, and other situations it would be a circle back. That manager or administrator is not available at that time, but wants to circle back and figure it out.
I'm trying to still process this and have it work at a bigger scale. What would, because in the big, I also filled out in the report. It has in there, but it doesn't require medical care. How would we differentiate this not needing medical care with the other one not needing medical care?
That's a great question. I think what we currently have is there is an unknown line over which a big form needs to get filled out, under which we have no idea what's happening. And what is that line? We would prefer that line be a little bit more solid, and that under the line, there's still some reporting that we are collecting some, so that managers have an opportunity to say, actually, there's some things here that need to actually go on the other side of that line, right? But how do you do that if you don't know? Impossible.
Could you give me an example of one for each one? Like what would go when you over the line and what would go?
Oh, that's a good question.
Technically, once you go out to report, it goes to to be honest. It's supposed to go to our care team. And they're supposed to circle back and include, but we don't do anything once you go out to report. The report is cumbersome to begin with. Therefore, we're trying to streamline that. We're trying to bring awareness outside of, you know, you have staff meetings, you know, or there's students, you want these reports streamlined and effectively used. A lot of our coworkers don't fill them out because nothing, they see no results.
So what would be an example of,
As far as
an example of an injury not requiring a medical care and saying, I'm gonna fill out the report or the medical injury not requiring being under the line, like Nathaniel.
or when I
said.
broke my foot,
What?
when I broke my foot dealing with a student,
Okay.
you know, one, I couldn't, so I don't even know what happened there, but, you know, that's the situation by which, you know, it should have been noticed. Should have got a loop because my supervisor. Everybody, you know, above me knew, but there was no closure to that. Right, so then you say, well, was me taking the time to fill this out?
I got confused as you were recounting that. Did you fill out the form or not? Fill out the
Oh,
form?
sorry, no, I did not, I went straight to the hospital,
And that was workers' comp.
eventually, yeah.
And so that'd be over the line example, and I think we can come up with some that would, not be requiring medical care, getting socked in the nose.
Hit hard and chin or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Slipping on the ice and like bruising yourself or feeling stiff versus slipping on the ice and literally breaking your leg would be different examples of the same hazard, but I mean, if I break my leg, yeah, I'm gonna fill out the report, but how many people have to slip on the ice and get bruised before the district, like, and on a district-wide level, figures out that the steps at Hill High are slippery when there's ice on them? It's so that the district can track these things on a district-wide basis, so that it's not one individual supervisor just hearing from one person that this thing happened. You know, if like we said, a lot of these things are repetitive and it might be tracked based on the student doing it, but nobody's tracking it based on how many staff are affected.
Thank you for the
I jump in with, as far as the long form, short form, right now in Vector Solutions that you referenced, Marta, there's 26 required fields, including like your name and your birth date and your address and your phone number, all this stuff that's already in employee records, but if an employee has 5 minor things in a day and needs to fill out that 26 required field form, and it's going to take, you know, at least 10 minutes per incident, 50 minutes. If we had an if-then form, more of a flow chart form, which would guide through where it goes from here to here to here, and it determines at each juncture, oh, okay, no, this could be on the short form track. And then it could be a long form, oh, no, if there's an injury requiring hospitalization, obviously it's going to go on this other track, it's going to be long form. But as it is, it's just a flat form, required field, and you can't submit the form until all the fields are filled out. And so that's where the short form might be more of an incentive for our employees, because there's lots of student contact time and taking 50 minutes out to fill out, especially with all the boilerplate stuff that where you could just put in your ID number, employee ID number, and then skip everything else and just get to the meat of the matter. That would be how I would see it being concretely useful to our employees and to the district and the supervisors, where just with a click, putting in the employee ID number, bing, and then just get right to the next.
But to clarify Martha's comment, was your question might have also addressed the issue of like, would you report in both places? Like, are we tracking it double or something like that? But I will say, Alex's example of biting, we have a biter at our school and the only ones who fill out the long form are the ones where it actually breaks the skin. Everyone else is just like, well, that might happen tomorrow, you know, and knowing that we have that almost every adult, not just SBA, that interacts with this student if they're upset, that's how they indicate that they're frustrated. So we've almost all been nipped, but none of us have had a mechanism where we could report that. So then there would be the number of staff influence and the number of times, the frequency with which those types of things happen, because then the awareness of the safety of the environment or lack thereof is a bit clearer of a picture. And then, you know, if you're just emailing the supervisor, yes, you do want to tell our supervisors that these things are happening. But when you've already mentioned it once, you don't necessarily want to just go back the next day. I was bit again, you know, and you don't always interact and you don't always have time to email. And those emails, that's just that one, you know, point A to point B, and other people aren't aware that that's happening, or it's you and a case manager that works with that student and you don't know who else is going to know it. So yeah, I feel like this is a great conversation.
Okay, ready for me to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think the short form was gonna be the most. But you never know. The next piece, which shows up as our number 4, it was your number 6. We've added upon request instead of it being monthly. Just so it's not added on to kind of a tab, but I mean, it's easier for the district to remember to do that if there's a request made, quite honestly. And I don't know if monthly, if it has to happen monthly. The other thing we did there is we didn't think the examples, the parenthetical was necessary because the description of it was included the basic description of the incident. So we didn't include that parenthetical. And then we added language there at the end that recognized that whatever we report, we're always going to be adhering to FERPA and HIPAA. So if there's medical information or protected student information in there, it may not show up in that report, but otherwise agreed to provide that information.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Section L, injury or trauma due to, you had student behavior escalation cycles. We have just student behavior. I think you saw a portion of our response there was in Article 15, offering that leave option the same as that we had proposed for licensed, which was the 3 days of leave in those situations. And so we did incorporate just another piece of your language. We do believe that a kind of a feedback loop or a debrief is appropriate here. Although I think we used the language to try and differentiate it from the legally required debrief when there's a restraint or seclusion that has a specific cast of people who are involved, a specific protocol. We see this meeting as being different, especially the employee may have union representation. That wouldn't normally be true in the legally required debrief on a restraint seclusion. So we said to discuss so that it would differentiate between that other piece. Wendy, did I cover that?
Yeah, we just have some legal requirements around the debrief, so we just wanted to make sure staff, because they're being referred to this, would understand the difference between that.
Yeah. I think just looking at some of the other pieces of what you proposed, I think it's tough just in the same way that it was difficult to envision how in all situations 30 minutes could be set aside for somebody to fill out a report. Very difficult to imagine how in all instances 30 minutes would be set aside for somebody to kind of de-escalate from a situation. You know, you may be supervising a group of kids, you may be having other duties that need to be performed. I think listening and talking with our building administrators, I think they try to be sensitive when somebody is obviously rattled by a situation and needs time, needs to even go home that day. And I think you guys are going to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, there's been a handful of situations at Groner, we have the SLC where it's been a pretty intense situation, and I know at least 3 times off the top of my head, I've sent a second home. Oh, just go home. Go get Starbucks and go home and take it off. Or we swap the staff around, especially. So keeping that in mind always, I mean, when you see someone pivot and shake it up, you know, I don't want to see anybody like that. And so they do need to step away. So knowing that that's a
some of the steps that I've taken.
Okay.
I think that saying an escalated adult can de-escalate a student. I mean, in that scenario, if we have somebody who can step in for a staff member who's in a negative scenario, with the student. Given that scenario, that they can have their time to de-escalate and check. We need to talk about, put it in, scope.
I think we feel like that it's happening. It's a case by case thing. So for us, it's daunting to have kind of a black and white rule in the contract because it'd be tough to identify, you know, if we're talking about, I'm impacted by a student's behavior escalation cycle. What does that look like? How to identify when that's happened necessarily? You know, are we going to have people taking 30-minute kind of breaks? I'm not saying they're doing it frivolously. I'm just saying we just aren't staffed at the level of guaranteeing that. I think that what I hear from Teresa and Joseph is that when somebody is obviously in need, the supervisor is going to step in and try and account for that because it's the human thing to do. It's harder as a contractual guarantee, I think, from our perspective.
Agreed. I think some of our challenge is wanting to codify some of your very good practices, right? So that all of our members benefit from those best practices. And that is a challenge because, you know, how do we codify that? Certainly we would like that to be the situation for all of us.
In my building, some of our students that have the most needs, the people that are working with those kids say, we need trained staff on our kids, you know, staff that are trained to work with our kids, that are safety care trained, and they know our kids. And so if multiple students are on absent that day and we're full staffed, that's an easy day to make something happen. If it's a day where we've got multiple subs, we're doing the best that we can with what we have, everybody's there, that might be a day that makes it a little bit more difficult to do that.
Yeah, and the program that I surveyed, 21-year-old, he might be on leave, so it may not be something you can do immediately. You know, so you have to wait. So it's just not always feasible, and again, we understand and want.
I think that's part of the difficulty with the year number 5 after the event, the employee wouldn't be required to work with that student. As Wendy said, you could be out in the community solely responsible for that student and there would be no opportunity to cease providing services with that student at that point in time. And, you know, I think we're not overstaffed, put it that way. And I know you guys know that. I mean, a lot of these are staffing challenges. Do we have bodies to step in and take the place of somebody? And it is tough because there is arguably not enough staffing as it is now, let alone having the ability to have people being absent, you know, any more than we already have leave usage and things like that. So it's a challenge. The personal property damage, we have district policy on that. Michelle, do you remember what that policy was?
It's called the EBBB, and it talks about illness and injury. And basically, our practice and what's in the policy is that each case will be reviewed and corrective actions will be taken. So it could be a whole variety of solutions, but often people reimburse somebody or pay to have their glasses replaced, or, you know, it's all very situational. And so we look at like each case individually, and we already do that. So this just, it didn't seem like it belongs in here, given that we already have a policy and practice of reimbursing for items that have been damaged by a student.
Did you say
EBB? I think it's just 2 B's, but it could be 3 B's, a kind of a wacky.
Keep typing the next.
Yeah.
Certainly.
EBB, for sure. And it's illness and injury. And
3 Bs.
I-
Just look it up.
What's that?
3 Bs.
Yes, thank you.
So
Seems
people
like a lot
have,
of these.
so people have access to that to get reimbursement.
Yes, yeah, and they do that through Mary Beth, our risk manager, and because they're usually more assessment of a situation. You know, so there we have like a kind of a gateway pipeline for requesting that, which is that the employee will report it. Supervisor or office manager will put them in touch with Mary Beth. They can also do it through HSD and the risk management internal website that we have there. And what we just do if it's confidential.
Understood, thank you.
And again, some of the issues raised here, I feel like relate back to our proposal in leaves. That was our proposal for providing paid time off in certain situations. And that one's an easy one. We agree with your proposal in its entirety and 1, 2, and I think the only thing that we didn't include there really was the that we have after hours safety plan shall be reviewed annually and shared with the necessary parties. Instead of specifically saying public safety office and custodial, there may be more parties than that where that's necessary. I think, and then also the specific reference to Google Drive. You know, we have often reluctant to have a specific program or medium put in contract in case things change.
Sure. Now, wouldn't you want your after hour safety plan created by your emergency manager?
I'm
Who are the
sorry,
necessary, who would be the necessary parties?
who it gets shared with? The plan gets shared with.
And who comes up with the plan? Is it just the administrator, or do they bring in the emergency manager for the district?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I didn't see your language that it talked about who came up with the plan, only who it was then shared with.
Yeah, no, that's right, I don't think it was, that we're.
So I don't know how the plan gets generated and who has been put into that. Just looking at who it got shared with. I mean, I think, public safety would be obvious people that would get shared with, because, I don't know, Ray, can you think of anybody else who that plan would need to get shared with other than those two entities? I mean, trying to think of who else might have be impacted by that after hours piece. I think we were just trying to be overly inclusive, not intentionally being limiting.
So your shift to the language of necessary from ours, where we called out public safety office and custodial staff. So you would kind of include those in
Yes.
necessary, but that wouldn't be the limit of
Yeah, like
necessary.
Michelle said, if anybody was supervising like an after-school activity or an activity that went later into the evening, they may need to know what that plan is. It's not intended to be limiting, so.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
I shared with, in a sidebar, we're still collecting information on this. I may actually have some follow-up questions for you, TJ, but we're also talking with, Lisa Erickson, and Saide. So I apologize for not having that ready. We wanted to be able to get what we had ready back in front of you, while we're still working on that.
Understood, and there was quite a lot we proposed in public safety.
And it's really technical too, and it's honest, I have to admit, it's not, all of it's not within my normal kind of frame of reference, so it's harder to react to kind of a new.
Yeah, this is a section of Oregon law that I also don't practice.
Yeah. I appreciate the questions and the conversation. I mean, I know that this is a hard article. I know that your proposal is based on very real things that are brought to you by your members, and they're things that are important to you guys. And I think we're trying to weigh how we address those concerns with our realities that we have, with our realities around staffing and budget and things like that. Oftentimes, difficult conversations even within our caucus, because we identify something as a problem, but then, okay, we know what our limiters are on our side, budgetary or just number of people. So how are we going to try and address it? So I absolutely believe that it felt like some of the things we didn't address. Imagine it's frustrating. And I guess for what it's worth, it's not due to a lack of conversation on our side or it really is, sometimes we butt up against what we perceive to be some limiting factors for us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that acknowledgement is helpful for us. I think it's good for us to tell you, for you to know that, this article, safety and health, specifically, around our SEAs and related compensation proposals around our SEAs is a top priority for us.
Sure.
And I think these are steps forward for sure, and the conversation is really healthy. We do want kind of a more robust framework to be able to collaborate with you, to put our members in a better position to succeed, put our students in a better position to succeed, than where we currently are. So thank you for this.
Yeah.
We'll work on it.
I don't believe, we didn't present it believing this would be the last conversation on this article.
No, I
but,
didn't think so.
Getting feedback helps, okay, so I
Yeah.
thought the short form thing was just kind of that'd be nice, now that turned into a more significant conversation. The piece about not having others report an incident, get a little bit more information on that, so I think all of those things help us know what the interest is or what the problem is that we're trying to solve.
Agreed, and I think we had more robust conversation on those pieces than we did the last time we discussed 19, so that's really helpful. Thank you.
We're closer than I thought we would be.
But that's
So that's
Good. Progress is being made, like, yeah, we will keep carrying on in an era of collaboration, and thank you.
You said that the way to get to the incident report was to go to the HSD and then type in the electrical report. Is there a reason we don't have a button for that if it's getting used every day by all sorts of people instead of having somebody have to think of what they need to look up?
They felt that that was a quick one. I'll ask. If it's possible.
I didn't know
Like
you
an
could have
icon?
something. You what?
It's an icon.
Just put it on there, have the icon.
How long will that take?
Well, I'm not in charge of my. It's somebody, I know people. All right.
Can we take like 10 minutes real quick?
Oh, we got something quick. We got something quick.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can wait as long as we need to get out of these things. What do we got?
We got Article 15.
Oh, yay.
Because we only need 2 copies because we are accepting your last
I
proposal.
love it, thank you. That's a tough article to get through. That's a good one.
We did it.
Yeah,
Are you ready?
awesome.
Well, for those who are online that have no idea what we're talking about, what is Article 15 that we just agreed?
Article 15 is leaves.
Yep.
So, and what was the last thing we talked about in that article, David? Yeah, I'm right up, I'm.
I'm so glad that wasn't my name.
So.
I would just say there's significant improvements in this article, usability wise, and
Yeah.
so that one is a good one to get done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready now? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I need to do now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would run that.
Yeah.
Still learn.
Yeah, 18 minutes, we'll come back at 3 p.m.
Does that work for you?
That's perfect. Thank
Thank you.
Welcome back.
We don't have any articles to bring back.
Great news, we do. Excellent. We will pass around Article 10. Are you ready? You're
Yes.
ready.
Yes.
We are also.
All right. Everyone has it?
Yep.
So Article 10, compensation, certainly there's a lot in here. There's a lot for us to discuss. We're making movement. We're moving towards your position as quickly as we can possibly do so, without injury. So where we're at in the overall scheme, we've brought our proposal down to 4%, 5.5%, and 7%. We certainly understand the district challenges right now. And we wanna do our best to make allowances for that. Also, we have to acknowledge that given what has happened with the rising cost of living and inflation over the last few years, we're essentially behind. Our members have lost considerable purchasing power since the beginning of the previous contract. So we do have a need to kind of catch up. We in A2, we don't want to let go of our longevity stipends. We're down at $500 here with 10 or more consecutive years at the completion of each school year. We really do. This is part of our compensation proposal that we are going to really be looking to keep. It was helpful for us to see that it might not be as many members now who would be getting this as would previously. That might make it a little bit easier for you. But it's certainly something that our members who have been getting a longevity stipend, we don't want them to lose that. Nothing proposed in promotion. In experience step, I see we have C1 and bolded and underlined, but it was in your proposal too. So I think that should be,
We're in agreement.
we're in agreement on that. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it is in ours.
I don't think it was,
And then you know what we did with that, it's not bold or underlined in ours, and then I have a little note next to it that says moved.
I think it was just moved, so I think I was trying to note it for us, but it isn't.
It matches your last proposal.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where it went from, but yeah, we're in agreement.
In overtime, we're looking to reclaim that minute. Second. Second?
Yeah,
Okay,
there was 1 second missing from their contract.
okay. Are we sure that's not a minute? I'm confused. That's okay, it's easy. So, we're also proposing that vacation hours and approved union releases defined by the law be counted as hours worked.
And our last proposal had also included personal days, so we're removing personal days from, so we are making some movement towards there. On our proposal for compensatory time, I think our discussion last time, we didn't have enough time to have a robust conversation about this last time. So I wanted to make sure we had enough time to have this conversation this time. We had proposed this 80-hour bucket as opposed to the 40-hour bucket that we have currently.
Right.
And I think some of the pushback on that was that not wanting to have people approve this large bucket that would then need to be paid out. I think the workers that we're having who are approving this time, the concern that we have here is that by and large, this is happening with some of our workers who work in the, they have a specialty skill. And often they're being called upon to use the skill during, like, let's say, winter months when we have inclement weather. And they're working a lot of overtime hours. Or maybe sometimes during the summer months when we have a lot of work that needs to be done, right? And they're doing a lot of overtime trying to get projects done. And they're not able to use the comp time that they accrue within the same calendar month, right? So they're getting a lot of time paid out. And what they really actually want to do is save up that time and use it more, like have a longer weekend here and there. You like bank up that comp time and use it more throughout the school year so that it works better for them. And right now they're not able to do that. Our feeling is that they're actually working the time. So the time is gonna get worked and it's gonna get compensated, whether you do it in 2 40-hour chunks or if you do it in an 80-hour chunk, an 80-hour bucket. Their desire, a lot of them, their desire is to have that 80-hour comp time bucket, which would actually allow the district to not pay out the time at the overtime rate, but to allow the workers to take it as comp time, time off, which would protect the district monetarily. So it seems like more of a shared interest. The challenge that we're running into is just them being able to use it in that 1 month.
Our interest in this is that they use it, just to be
Yeah.
clear, like, I think that is a shared interest because you would prefer not to have to pay it. And that they use it, it prevents burnout, it prevents a monetary impact to the district. And we had a number of discussions about changing this, but we really, when we were discussing it, felt like we hadn't had a really good enough discussion here at the table with you about it. So there's a number of things you could do with this piece. We're open to hearing them if you want to see like an extension of the use period. We're kind of open to that. I think we want our members to be able to use it.
That helps. I think when we presented this last time, I probably made the comment that we didn't completely understand the rationale for yours. So this helps explain that. I mean, I think number one, we don't want unlimited accumulation, which you haven't proposed, because we don't want to get to a point where it's like somebody has 500 hours of comp time on the books, but you haven't proposed that. So I don't know if it makes a difference to us, 40 versus 80.
Yeah, we don't want our members to be in a situation where they're just banking it to get paid out, as you said, that you wanted to avoid. I think we would like to avoid that as well.
Yeah.
But we do want to make it easier for our members to take it.
Are people typically getting comp time more often than they're getting paid at overtime? Or is that kind of across the board?
I'll use myself as an example. I used to cover all the board meetings and I was given the choice of taking it as overtime. And to me, it was easier to take it as comp time. And then instead of using my vacation days or whatever, I needed a day off. If my supervisor and said, hey, 2 weeks, I would like take this day off.
So you were given that choice in that case, whether to get paid at overtime or to get.
Correct. And to me, it just made more sense that the comp time is nice benefit for especially guys out of facilities. We have guys that are on call. They're coming in and they're doing calls, and it's nice for them to be able to say, I need a break, so I'm just gonna take 8 hours of comp time. And to put try using it and within the month, it's really hard to do. It's kind of like you're being forced to take the day off rather than, I just want to take a day.
And I can also, especially in August, when it's kind of a all hands on deck to try and get our kids registered. There was many times that I would try to work into late in the evening to try and get all my students registered. I would just save my hours completely, especially when my girls were younger. And I could save in daycare, for example, on report card days when I had to be there, but my children did not have school. That means I can stay home with them. And then that's something that my supervisors will allow me to do.
Did they also give you the choice of paid out as overtime or comp
Absolutely,
time? Okay.
absolutely. And I would always say, I'd rather just work it off a comp if we can work that out. And they were always very flexible. And now, of course, my children are older that they can stay home, but I've got a child with an autoimmune disorder. So I kind of save up my hours and then I speak directly with my supervisor and I'm like, hey, can I just take 2 hours? I need to take in my kid for blood work. So that kind of been versus coming out of my, my hours of sick day. It helps out.
Okay, thanks, that helps.
The rest of that, clause D2, I think is in, previous, we added the word immediate before supervisor. And I think we're in agreement on D3, which is the double overtime rule.
Yep.
Okay, in E2, this is just a clarification. I think there's some confusion last time we discussed this because the callback rate, the applicable overtime rate, this is the same applicable overtime rate for 3. And the overtime rate here is, it's an incentive overtime rate. It's not based on whether or not you're actually in overtime status at that time. You're getting the callback, the overtime rate. So I think last time we discussed this, there was some conversation about whether or not they were in overtime at that point.
Yep.
So we just put this back in.
Another way of saying it is if you're in overtime and you're called back, then you're in double overtime. But if you're called back and you're not in overtime, then you're just in normal time and a half. So, I mean, I guess we
You
could
would
use a
always
bunch of
be-
words to explain it, but.
You would always be in some type of overtime rate by nature of the fact that you've been called back,
Yeah.
because that's an incentive overtime rate.
Okay,
You brought back the 8 hours on one.
we had put
That
that.
was already agreed on. I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Heading down to the differentials, there was some conversation about this last time, and I need to just go into some of our team's thinking on the shift differentials. We dug back through our contracts, and it's been 20 years since there's been any, change to the shift differentials in this district, which we felt was unreasonable. We looked around a little bit at some of the shift differentials in surrounding areas, and so we brought what we felt was a very reasonable increase to the differentials. And we started with, really, this was driven by the swing shift differential, which we felt was in need of an increase because we have so many employees who work swing shift. And so that differential was a 30-cent increase from 20 to 50 cents. When we proposed the increase to the swing shift differential, that brought it so close to the night shift, which was at 60 cents. So we increased that by the same, I think it was the same like multiplier. So that brought that one to 150. And then identified that also we would have employees working on the weekend shift, and so added that weekend shift differential as well. I think, Brian, you identified at that time we had 2 employees who were working on the night shift, but since that time, we know now that there will be more employees potentially working there, which Tiffany brought up. So we'd like to hang on to our proposal for those differentials because we feel that work is important and needs to be compensated differently. And we think 20 years of that same differential is too long to not have an increase in that pay. Did anybody on the team want to speak to that?
I'll pipe in real quick since, Ryan pointed out last month that it affects mainly a lot of, for the weekend shift differential from the nighttime for. And this is just doing some research on my own. But custodians, I believe Ray Bright has 50 to 60 custodial people that work on swing shift, every week. And now there's gonna be approximately 4 people working, sounds like dedicated weekends. And to me, I've been on nights for, I don't know, 9 years, 10 years now. I was on nights at a prison before here, and when I came here, I didn't come here because of the shift. But as time goes on, I noticed that I'm away from my family so much more on weekends. And I know a lot of my coworkers are. But I started looking around because I was curious what other places offer for a shift differential. And I was shocked by looking at, say, a hospital. And a hospital for custodial services for evenings, it's $1.75 shift differential, $2.75 for nights, and $2 for weekends. And for security, it's $2.50 for nights, $4.30, or I'm sorry, $2.50 for evenings, $4.30 for nights, and then a $3 an hour shift differential. So to me, the whole 20 cents and just hearing that we've had on that 20 cents for the last 20 years, I just, to be honest, I find it absurd that I can't believe we're still hanging on it. And, you know, we choose to work these shifts and we choose to work a dedicated weekend. I knew it going into the job 7 years ago. And like I said, it wasn't really a factor when I took the job. But it'd be nice that the employees that work those shifts, the swings and weekends, feel like the district would go an extra little mile and say, here you go, we appreciate you being here, we appreciate our students and our staff. But to me, 20 cents is a slap in the face to it.
Thanks. Can you, when you say regularly scheduled for work during weekends, what triggers that for you? Like how would you define, at what point does somebody regularly work on is it like that's their assigned
Yeah,
work
that's
week?
their shift. Yeah, so like TJ's job, TJ and his colleague's job goes over the weekend. So
Mhm.
that is their shift.
As opposed to 3 times in the last 2 months, you've called me, I've needed to come in and support an event on a Saturday or something. I
Correct.
might feel like that's regular, you're regularly calling me in to do that. It kind of happened numerous times, but that's not how you guys are.
Yeah, that's not,
And I think sometimes also our custodians might need to be there like in the building because the building's being used for
Mhm.
certain events, correct, right? Yeah, so that means sometimes they have to be there both Saturday and Sunday.
Mhm.
And then their regular school assigned day, Monday through Friday. So that leaves them the whole weekend.
Yeah.
So without being able to.
Hey, Ray, when that happens, is it like, does somebody have an assigned shift that spans over Saturday and Sunday, or is it like you change without like different people
I
are?
don't have any regularly scheduled, but there are quite a few folks that do regular overtime. So they're compensated at the overtime rate.
Have any changes for this requirement?
It's not a regular, it's not part of a regular schedule, there are weekend trips.
We did not,
Especially during peak athletic.
And I think that the regular scheduled shift of the week would only affect the public safety. We're the ones who are, on the same shift.
we did not intend that to apply to drivers who volunteer to work on the weekend. That's, not a regularly scheduled shift, and we would not expect them to make differential.
TJ, can I ask if the hospital you looked at was like a 24-hour operation?
The security or the services?
Custodial
Yeah.
and security,
Yes.
so they're going all the
Yeah,
time.
24 cents.
And district is a little bit different.
In education standpoint, but in my world, the district operates 24/7. We deal with all sorts of things at night. We deal with a lot of on-call issues where he can speak up to, he gets kept up half the night. So we deal with a lot of stuff. So in my eyes, the district is 24/7 because I respond to multiple stuff.
Thank you. Good questions.
Am I correct that these would stack? So if I'm a night shift employee who has a regularly scheduled weekend, then for the weekend hours, I would bump up that 50 cents, but not for the non-weekend hours, correct?
Right.
Is that how you read that?
Yes. I believe that's how.
Thanks.
In salary placement, H1, we're in alignment on H1 and then 2, we are getting closer. There was a piece in, there was a piece that we had put into, 3, that we have cropped out here, just so you can see, but in the conversation we had last time about what we proposed there, I think we realized that wasn't very clear what we were proposing there. And it also did something in that it kind of would have required the district to do a kind of proactive review that was too big and expansive for you. So we've pulled that language, and now in 2, what we've done is, I think, give clarity by taking out some words from this agreed upon language. So it would read, bargaining unit members who are not at the top of the salary schedule may submit an appeal to human resources if they believe they would be eligible for higher placement with the above language if they were hired today. And our main thinking on this is we just want to make sure that moving forward with this, new folks don't get placed, new folks with the same amount of experience don't get placed at a higher step that our members with that many years of service to the district. We think that will hurt our members, that won't feel good. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. That was our main piece. There were kind of 2 pieces in that number 3 that we pulled, but that was our main piece that we really cared more about. We're always happy if we can just eliminate some words to create clarity, which is what we did here. We did have to add a couple of words to make it make sense. In 2A, I think we're in alignment. And in 2B, we had a lot of conversations about this. We really want this to be equitable, where I think at any given point in time, the district doesn't have that many classified that are out on leave. But we want to make sure that if they are out on leave, when the guidelines are made public, that they get the same amount of time that everyone else does. We heard you that you didn't want to manage a bunch of different timelines. We simply really could not figure out an equitable way around this piece. We want all of our members to have the same amount of time to be able to digest the information, go searching for the stuff that they need to search for potentially, and submit an appeal. In 2C and 2D, we're in alignment. So, as well as E and F. What is potentially new?
We changed the F as well.
We are in alignment on F as well. We just didn't italicize.
No.
No? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're there.
Yeah, our change to F was also intended for equity, just based on if a staff member, based on the, like, how the appeals might be coming through, like, the rate at which the appeals might be coming through, we wanted people to, and how they might be processed, so if my appeal comes in and it's processed more quickly than my colleague's appeal, they might be getting paid at their rate for a longer amount of time, so they're getting more money than I, we felt that everybody, if they are all granted the same, they should be getting paid retroactive to the same date. I guess.
There also could be, things can happen while you're processing through these, where some of them might take longer than others to process through, even though someone submitted first, they're getting processed later than someone else. Again, an equity issue where to have it just be one date where it's retroactive to that date, we think is the best for everyone.
Can I ask you a question on section C? We had that language about the salary adjustment would be at the discretion of the district, and I think our intent was to mirror up in H1, where that determination about whether work experience is related or not is determined by the district, so it felt like that would be the same standard down.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Certainly want to be able to address all the things we don't pick up in your proposals. I'm sorry, I ran over that.
Oh, yeah.
In this situation, we like, if it's not subject to the grievance procedure, like certainly you have the discretion to create these guidelines. We're not disputing that. We're not proposing that there even be a mutual process in the creation of the guidelines, just that you create them. And we want you to adhere to them. The only way we know of enforcing that is filing grievances over them. So certainly in that, the district has the discretion to create the guidelines however it chooses. That is a discretionary piece, but if you demonstrably use those guidelines differently with one person than another person, we're gonna have an issue, and that issue would be a grievance. We understand that you don't want a ton of grievances on this. We don't know how many situations that's gonna be. We tend to think you're probably gonna do this in a way that is fair to the guidelines that you create and publish. So we don't expect a lot of grievances over this, but certainly if one of our members comes to us and says, hey, I had the same thing as this other person and I didn't get the same results, we're gonna want to investigate that. And the only way we have of enforcing it is grievance.
Yeah, I hear that. Definitely. I mean, I think that for us, it's going to be the same level of discretion at this phase in the process as it is at this initial placement phase up in H1, where there is some level of discretion because the jobs in your bargaining unit are so varied, and with licensed, it's so much cleaner. Although even with licensed, we get off that a little bit, like teaching experience, but you might have industry experience or other work experience so it calls on the district to make a decision, like, is this relevant work experience or not? And sounds like Cam is pretty liberal about that right now. But I mean, those types of discretionary decisions get made up at initial placement. So it felt like they would also get made down here at this kind of recalibrating or correcting. And people might disagree, like, hey, I think that my experience working over here was the same or similar. So it just felt odd. It felt odd for it to be discretionary or as determined by the district in H1, but not down here in C.
Yeah, I think that if it were similar language, there certainly in our discussions, the language sole discretion was stronger than the kind of discretion granted by the language as determined by the district.
Got it.
We know that it will be determined by you. You're going to interpret your guidelines. We expect you to interpret them fairly. If there's a situation where we suspect that they weren't interpreted fairly, we want to be able to bring that to you in the process of mutuality. which is the grievance process. We think that even if we were to take out the not subject to the grievance procedure language, but keep in sole discretion, that may prohibit us from advancing a successful grievance where those guidelines were not applied similarly or fairly. So yeah, it certainly we do understand that those adjustments are going to be determined by the district. I mean, your administrators are going to be making those determinations. We do want it to be done fairly by your guidelines.
Thanks.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
That was the only question I had on that. So, yeah, do you have any other?
I'm going down to M. Oh, did I miss something?
Yeah.
I did.
In L, we removed our increase to the cell phone stipend. But we have retained our strikeout of the language because their job requires them to travel throughout the district. We do feel that there are classified staff who travel within their building, particularly the security who have trouble communicating and performing the functions of their job without some kind of mobile technology. And the cell phone stipend would be of use to them. And so we have retained that strikeout there.
On this one, how do you, in your mind, how do you see this working? Has the district identified you or said, Kira, I expect you to have a cell phone contact availability, or, like, how do we know who's on deck for this stipend or not?
I think you're asking a good question. I think it's some.
And I think, sorry to interrupt you, but I think even the current language isn't completely clear on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think in some situations, the district is gonna identify you. You're definitely getting it.
Yes.
You need to have it.
Yeah.
I think in other situations, our members are going to experience a chronic request from a supervisor that we would wanna then tell our member to initiate a conversation with their supervisor about that request, if that request is repetitive, that they should be getting it, or the requests need to come.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
I mean, I tend to agree with you that the qualifier, because their job requires them to travel throughout the district's not particularly useful, or it covers one scenario where you may need to have a cell phone, but not all. I just want to make sure that we know and have an understanding of, like, what are we getting ourselves into? Like, who is going to be eligible for this? So I think we may have a little more conversation with this one, just to make sure that we are clear. Well, agree how this is going to be.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And for our work on it, we have identified security folks as those who we think you either may want to identify or may be chronically requested to use their phone cell phone. Okay. We don't know that this is like a huge expansion.
And doesn't that tie in with the pilot program of the tablets for some of the security staff?
Like, if they had that instead, then
Well, and
they
that
wouldn't necessarily
paragraph,
refer to that.
paragraph 2, where it says they will be alternative means of contact, but that says only those who are identified as
Yeah,
eligible
it does.
would be
That's helpful.
given that. So I think it plays well together to catch those folks that need to have secure device with the right updated software, whether that's provided by the district or needs to be covered by the person with their own phone.
Yeah.
In M, we are looking for an increase in the bilingual stipend, $100 from $1,200 to $1,300. Pull up
Yeah, our last proposal was 1440,
Yeah.
so we've come down a bit on this. I think our conversation here was, we would like to see this move forward and not remain stagnant. I think after looking up our contracts and seeing how stagnant our shift differentials were for so long, we want to see forward movement, especially with the rate of inflation. And so while this doesn't keep pace with inflation, we do want to see some forward progress, and we do think that our bilingual staff are a huge asset to our district. So while this doesn't completely cover the rate of inflation, we do want to see forward progress.
Keeping up with inflation, just, for a point of, clarity, would be closer to $14.
And then essential worker stipend, your last proposal was at the end of the year for our workers to be paid $150. And I think the proposal for the stipend was intended to cover equipment needed to get our essential workers to work for
Like on the front
inclement weather. And if that stipend comes at the end of the year, well, at that point, they've already needed the equipment and had to buy it out of their pocket. And so we're re-proposing our last proposal, which was for that, the stipend to be paid in full in the month following their identification. So we understand there's like a little bit of risk to the district here, and that workers could take that $150 and then take a job somewhere else. But respectfully, I don't think that that's a huge financial risk to the district. Because this is a large pool of workers, I think we did do a cost. Michelle, we did cost this out. How many, I don't remember what the exact number was. Does anybody remember?
$23,000.
Yeah, if every single worker took their stipend
Yeah.
and then left. Yeah, it was $23,500 that the district would be out. But I think that our essential workers are more committed than that. I think they're in it and they're essential and they're taking this money and they're gonna be committed to the work that they're doing here. And this is intended to get them to their work sites so that they can continue to do that work. They are here every year, keeping our buildings open and getting us back to work when we need to. So,
When does that notification come out? Does it tend to come out at the same time every year? That list comes out October.
Yeah, but it's shifted to job description versus. Yeah, there wouldn't be an identification for this because we already changed that in the other article about emergency closing and stuff.
so it'd be like at higher,
Or a
at
date.
higher or at the beginning of the year,
Yeah.
their first
It would
pay.
make sense to have a date in there or, yeah, or something like
It may,
which paycheck it's gonna.
it may, I
I
don't know that
think
we
was
would
ours
address that.
October? Did we talk about October?
That was in,
The current
Or
one, the
November.
contract is October 5th. Essential. Can you give me an example about what equipment?
Yeah, I think we talked about like snow tires.
snow tires would be a big one, snow shovel would be one, a chainsaw to get through a blocked road would be one, respirators for, potentially doing work during smoke inclement weather closure would be one.
And when we price those things out, all of those things are more than $150. It's just to help them get to that point.
Really good snow chains.
Sure.
Is $150.
Yeah. But yeah, and obviously we don't quarrel with the amount, it's just when it's gonna be paid, but I understand your logic there, you're wanting them to have that money prior to incurring the expense.
It's specifically for equipment so that they can show up.
Yeah.
And do their job, and we don't think $150 is enough for anyone to kind of game the system, so ideally, the only ones who would be taking that money and running would maybe be folks who already knew they were leaving, we hope that there aren't many of those.
I think if it ever happened, it would largely be unintentional,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, and.
Right.
Would
It
you guys,
would, yeah,
would you guys be, entertaining having it on a reimbursement basis? instead of the stipend. And the reason I say that is because it's $150 stipend isn't gonna be $150 more on the paycheck because of the payroll costs the employee pays and the payroll costs that we pay, it's gonna cost more. And so, you know, to reimburse, we can reimburse, we usually turn those around within a week or so, if somebody.
Like
turns in.
reimburse up to $150.
Yeah, would you guys be willing to entertain?
What is the amount the employer would receive on the payroll?
Okay. That's like, it depends on what their tax bracket is.
Yeah.
The range.
Yeah.
But we usually say 2/3, because it would be the net. So I mean, a little more than $100.
And then the district is paying another 20 to 30% on top. Yeah, I think we would be open to seeing a counter from you on that. We'll have conversations on our caucus about that. I certainly think that's a problem troubleshooting idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, moving into the appendix C, I mean, I think we really need to continue this conversation. And again, what is happening with our SEAs on the job is, and how we work with you to put them in a position to succeed and put our students in a position to succeed is paramount to us. This is a top priority for us. We believe that the way we've shifted away from different classifications for SEAs has ended up putting more people in peril of injury. We really want to move away from that. We want people to understand what they're getting into when they go to take a job and be fairly compensated for that work. We've got a couple of people at the table right now who, I'm going to open it up for them to talk about their particular experiences, because we do have we have at least one member who is SEA 1 and another one who we would describe as SEA 2. So I'll open that up for either of you to talk about it.
Why don't you go ahead?
So I'd be considered an SEA 1. I work in the LRC at Century, and also holding the position as president for Classified. So I would say the few times that I've been asked to come down and work in our life skills, the work that I do as an LRC assistant is so vastly different than the work that's happening. I say down there because it's downstairs. I do support, I think the biggest class I've supported is 12 students in one classroom. But I can say that the work that I've done in the life skills has had a bigger impact on me, both physically and mentally. It's a big job. It's a big job. And the value of having folks that are present to do that work, who have a love of doing that work. I say this as an SEA 1, they need to be compensated for that. The hazards that come with that job are much larger than the hazards that I face as an LRC assistant. When I sat in this role now for over a year as president, when I have SEAs come to me and talk to me about their workplace experiences, the folks that are getting hurt, folks that are experiencing PTSD, the people who are questioning whether they should leave, are those folks that work in those environments that put them at higher risk. And I think we're doing a vast disservice to those people, not compensating them and giving them a monetary value in that work that they do. So I can say that I'm very fortunate in the work that I've done. It's my 13th year with the district. I have not had to experience those physical assaults in the way that other people have in different departments. I think it's fair to compensate them for that work.
Yeah, maybe Margaret, before you go, sorry. I mean, I know that when those positions were combined, they were both brought up to that then existing higher SEA two rate.
Sure.
You know, so I think that there was, I just want to reflect that historical piece of it, that it wasn't that those previous SEA twos were brought down to an SEA one rate, right? They were, everybody was
Yeah.
brought up, so.
But I think we can see that, you know, over the years, the amount of, skill, the hazards that come with that, our pay schedules just have not kept up with that.
The challenges seem to be accelerating to
Yeah.
some degree, since these things were combined.
Sorry, Margaret.
That's okay, and you may have given everyone that label. However, not everyone is equipped to handle the stuff that an SEA has to handle on a daily basis. I was hired 20 years ago, and when I was hired, I knew specifically that I was going to go into a life skills class, and that I would have to deal with bodily fluids. I would have to deal with escalated behavior. I was happy to do that. I can honestly say that SEAs that work in life skill situations and also in the social skills, people on the outside look at us and go, wow, I never would want to do what you do. And I'm talking about licensed teachers, I'm talking about other SEAs that just go, there is no way in life that you want to do, or do what you do. And then I've had other people say, I come in every day knowing that I'm going to probably be hit or bit or scratched. Why aren't I getting hazard pay for that? I should be compensated for knowing that I'm going to work in a dangerous situation. And that's the reality of our job. And again, not everyone is equipped to do that. And then you had mentioned last time, well, how do we define that? How do we know if we're going to put in SEA 2, SEA 1? I don't know that it's that hard to look into the programs where they are now working. Look into the situations, those people who are having to deal with bodily fluid or having to deal with students that have common escalated behaviors. Obviously, those are people that need to be bumped up to SEA.
I think talking about some of the issues we were talking about last time, I think what would be tough is if the district wanted to make sure that it had sufficient cross-training or sufficient coverage. Like, we need to make sure that when we have an absence, we have another person who can step in and do that SEA 2 work. We're going to over-identify as SEA 2s. We will just as self-preservation, because otherwise we don't have somebody available to do the toileting or maybe some feeding situations. That's what I was talking about.
So here's the reality of absences. When I am absent from my department, I get someone from the subline who comes in. And most likely they are not able to do the same work that I do. That's the reality.
Sure.
So we're not taking people from our class or from our school and placing them in my classroom because they're busy in their own programs.
Yeah.
So for an absent, again, like I'm saying, if I'm absent, I'm gonna get someone from the substitute program to come in, and they probably will not be equipped to do what I do, so we have to ship around within our department.
Yeah, I guess I was reflecting on Bethany saying that there, from time to time, she gets, say, called down to step in what we'll call an SEA 2 capacity, even though we don't have
And
that.
I think part of that is because I'm one of the SEAs that's been the longest in the building. I have those relationships with the case managers. I do have some background, having come from medically fragile in Forest Grove prior to working here. But there's no training. Like, they don't train me or prep me to go down there, right? I go down there, I don't get to see IEPs beforehand. And I'm just like, hey, here's what you are gonna do. You're gonna be with this student. I need you to go do this thing. And I go and I figure it out and I do it, right?
Yeah.
So the cross-training piece isn't, as far as what I have seen, isn't happening already at the level that would prepare each SEA to step into that role.
I think it'd be two different job descriptions. So those job duties would no longer be contemplated under your job description. So that coverage wouldn't be available. So,
right.
And I don't know, Wendy, you're, more about this than I do, so I don't
I
want to
think,
misspeak on this.
yeah, I think that, again, that, you identified, we're needing more of that, special education assistant who is able to do the things that Margaret is describing. And so I think that the need for what you're calling an SBA one, we already had identified that that wasn't what was needed for our students as we were coming out of the pandemic, and we were seeing more of those needs. And so we did do that collapse purposefully into that SEA two position, because that's really what's needed. If there's training and things like that, I think that is something we could have a discussion about, like what's that training, like what's that part. But that would really be student specific, right? And it's always going to be student specific for students with disabilities, because they're going to have different needs and different things that they're going to have. So that training has to be ongoing. But as far as the SEA one piece, I don't think we see that need at the same rate. And with more inclusion, going to more of a least restrictive environment, I think, Margaret, you're talking about programs. Not everybody differentiates in that way anymore in buildings. And so they're looking more at a service-based model. So we really have to have, a system that attends to that change in our world.
As we talk to our members about this, we certainly hear that at many work sites, there is a kind of social self-selection situation happening where someone needs to go deal with that, and that's not me. And that's not this person next to me, but it is this person, and they're gonna go and do that right now. And they're gonna go and do that on the same pay scale, which doesn't feel great. It makes sense that you might over-select into two. Also, we're willing to have a conversation about where you have people who are classified as one, but are capable of coverage for two. And so when they go and they do that, they are going to get paid at the higher rate. I think there's some conversation here, there's some wiggle room around your flexibility, which I think is one of your stated interests that makes a lot of sense. But we have members who are telling us they absolutely can refuse to do work with kids that are going to pose them a violent risk, and with bodily fluids, and they are SEAs. So, I think we need to kind of figure out how to do this really well. And we want our members to know kind of what they're getting into and be fairly compensated for what they do.
And if I could add to that, I have a members, okay, why is it that I'm being paid the same rate as an SEA who is doing reading groups or working one-on-one with the students just to support them in the classroom, when I'm having to deal with escalation, I'm having to deal with bodily fluids? Why are we getting paid the same? It doesn't seem fair. And I've had quite a few questions with that question.
Yeah.
I think Margaret, the bodily fluids, we mean diapering.
Yeah.
Where we're talking
Or
about
blood.
changing or blood or, diapering. Some of these kids are bigger than.
I think inevitably there is the scenario where, and it all depends on what individual people want to do. There is a very distinct possibility that there would be less SEA one spots than people who wanted to stay in SE or become an SEA one. So I think we have to know that that's a potential. Can't say it's a certainty because I don't know what people would choose. And then I think it'll be a cost factor for us as well. I mean, that's inevitably, I don't remember what you costed this out at, Michelle. We'll figure that out. But that will be a factor for us.
Understood, yeah.
No, thank you for bringing this counter proposal. Oh, sorry.
You did ask when we brought this up the first time about, how library media assistants were suited over to.
Yeah, thanks.
The assistant two column in our proposal. I want to state that I did not decide that because that would be bargaining for my own benefit. However, I will speak for my team that, we are often left at a very different ratio than other classified staff that are in the building. Like, I know our bus drivers have they have higher numbers that they often have to transport, but in the buildings, we can be left one LMA to a whole class. I had a class of 36 and me, and if things were going well, it was all fine, but when you have more than one that's escalating at a time, that is a lot to deal with, plus their 34 friends. And so I just, when I learned that that's what we were going to propose, I felt as though my team would feel that if we were to divide up that one instead of two, we would belong at that higher level. I know Jessica Blonte was an LMA, and the demands became so high that she chose to move on from being an LMA because we are asked to do, and it's not that we work harder, it's just that we have to be, at the elementary level, we have to be ready for 7 grades. At the secondary level, I know at Liberty, there could be up to 80 students that are there, those that come before, like if they're homeschooled and they need to, and they get there early before that class that they're supposed to find classroom in the library. So if it's one LMA against that many students in the building, that ratio is just a different, it lands differently than when you are running a small reading group or when, and you have to be ready or at the secondary level to meet that social studies teacher or that ELT or ELA teacher, like where they need you, or the Spanish language, you know, like trying to make sure everybody knows what you have to meet the needs of the students. And we are also stewards of all of the curriculum adoption. I mean, everything the school board approves for curriculum adoption, we're the ones that track it down. We're the ones that inventory it and check with teachers before they leave, like, please, please, please don't take your health curriculum with you. That stays with the district. We're the ones that keep track of money already spent, money that our taxpayers have already put in the system. So I just, you asked it as a, oh, I see that you moved days over, and I was not prepared to speak up for my team at that time. But at this moment, I will say, we gotta be ready with those read alouds, and we are doing our level best to help students to connect with story and information that will guide their educational journey from the data in our library and moving forward. So I didn't propose this, but I will say that it does feel that because I can be left alone with a class, that's a different level of I'm not a supervisor, but I am in charge of looking after that whole class, and that's a different scenario than the other classified positions in buildings. So, whereas normally, there's at least 2 of you, and sometimes far more than that in a setting. Wellness room, I know does also some full class instruction, but might not be left alone in the room. Does it happen? See, yeah, it might not just be us. There we go. And that might need to be addressed in other ways. So thank you for your.
Sorry to jump us back, but as you're speaking, I'm thinking of elementary, and currently my brain is really middle school focused because it's where I'm hanging out most of the time. But in your current proposal, I'm wondering how many folks, SEAs, would remain in SEA 1 that would fit the description that you were talking about earlier, that every day didn't hit, and going through similar things that look different than they do at my middle school, where we still have a semblance of programs within my building. But how many of those folks would remain SEA 1 that are also going through that? I know you wouldn't have that.
That's a great question. I think like that discussion and how we would go about doing this is just that, it is a discussion. I think we'd have to explore it together, collaborate to some degree on it.
Can I ask another question? What would the difference be between the educational assistant job and the special educational assistant one?
Our educational assistants include our ELT assistants, our recess assistants. There are different positions that are not specifically sped that are EA
But in
positions.
their job description, because if we're trying to differentiate bodily fluids and behavior as an SDA two, and we're bringing up the SDA one that we're referring to as I do small groups, well, that's what an educational assistant does. So why? I'm not understanding.
Well, I know for myself, all the students that I support, they all have IEPs, right? And each one of those have their own unique needs in the classroom, right? So I have to be familiar with those. To put me in a classroom, there has to be at least 5 students with IEPs. That is our threshold to start. Like I said, my biggest class that I supported one year had 12. And so, you know, I have 8 classes with anywhere from 5 to my biggest being 12, right? So I have to know all of those kids, all of their needs. The IEP, you know, the legal document that we have to provide those services. So even though I am not dealing with bodily fluid, or I'm not dealing with, you know, the social learning environment piece of those students, I am dealing with kids who have unique needs and legal documents in which I need to provide those. So, yeah.
So the biggest difference would be then the IP, because the educational assistants also have to know the special needs of every student, whether they're IEPs or not.
I'll be honest, Marta, I've often wondered why the EAs get paid at a lower rate. So.
I'm just trying to understand.
Other questions on our team, on our,
I could say that I briefly looked at, the Beaverton paraprofessional breakdown, and it looks like paraprofessional one, not dealing with students who have disabilities or accommodations or shifts in IEP or, intervention plans, like we're talking about. And then the next level, you know, then we do. So I didn't look at it very deeply, but it made serve both sides to see what other neighboring districts, how they divide it up. Get more information.
Yeah, thank you. Good question.
what's next?
That's what we got.
Yeah,
Yeah. We're, I think we're ready for a caucus.
yeah.
Um,
Probably not shocking to you that we're not going to caucus and have an Article 10 response.
wait, what?
You didn't want it.
Oh, wow.
Right, so I don't know that we'll have any other articles to present coming out of a caucus.
I don't find that unreasonable. Certainly, yeah, would you like to adjourn then for the day?
I think so. I mean, I think we've been pretty productive today. We
Yeah.
TA 2 articles and
Yeah.
they were good articles to get done. I appreciate that work. And I think then also a lot of good conversation on the other things. So, I think that would be the way to go.
Okay.
I know we have other sessions scheduled too, so that's nice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. It was a very productive day, and thanks to everyone who's watching via Zoom. I appreciate your attendance for sure.
Great, thank you.